Okay, I guess we'll get started with our first subcommittee meeting of the morning, which is related to House Bill 437 relative to a reading assessment and intervention program. I think pretty much the entire subcommittee is here and a few spectators as well. So I think where we left off last time, there was a couple of things that were mentioned at the end of the last meeting. And one was that we were going to have another conference call with Dr. Carol Tolman, who is one of the authors of the Letters Program and an international leader in terms of literacy. She's been to, I found out, China and Australia leading discussions about literacy. So we did have that conversation, and Melissa White of the department who was here was part of that call. And I think it went well. Generally supportive of what's in this document, and Dr. Tolman was glad to see the addition of the assessment for teachers renewing their certification so that they also get up to speed in terms of the evidence-based literacy direction that we are headed. And I think we also, I think Representative Luno also, you mentioned going through the bill section by section pretty much. And so this current handout, and I've got more copies for those in the audience. I've labeled some of the areas, 1 through, I think, 9, so we can go through each of those.
Is there a difference between what you distributed last week and
just one minor one? The only addition, you'll see it with an arrow there, local school district and chartered public school on right by the number 1 on the first page.
Oh.
That's pretty much what's being done now, but I think the suggestion was to specify it in here, so that's what I did. Okay, so the first section is related to the universal screener, and the major change there is that this would be a state supplied screener, and that it would be given 3 times a year, which is recommendations from a number of experts and people in the field here in New Hampshire as well. And we had a discussion that this state screener could be supplemented. I know a number of teachers who've talked to reading specialists give more frequent assessments based on the individual student and where they are. So this is not one and done type of a requirement that there just be 3 assessments. And we've also talked to the department, and the feeling is that there might be funds available for the purchase and training and support of a state wide screener for all the districts, but probably not more than that. So if we wanted the department to provide the screener, there would probably be only one that could be funded, and this would probably be from federal funds. So,
Can I ask a question?
Sure, of course.
Question while we're rolling on this?
Yes, yeah.
When you say that one could be funded, what does that mean, and what does that limitation imply?
that one universal screener could be funded probably through federal funds by the department because of the cost. They would probably not have funds available to provide more than one screener for the districts, especially if we wanted to include the training in the field and support for the field, people in the field.
Okay.
I'll just mention that a lot of the areas you'll see have sections included in italics. And those are specifically recommendations that came from the department and from Dr. Tolman in terms of what we should be looking at. So that's what the difference is for the areas in italics. If we go over to page 2, you'll see a Roman 3 section I labeled number 2, and this requires, or this is geared toward the progress monitoring and instructional services to be provided when there is a deficiency identified in the universal screener or another screener locally used in the district. And that the progress that the student is making should be monitored on a fairly regular basis to see if interventions that are being put in place are actually having the desired effect. Also in this section in F, we say that the 3 queuing method that is currently being used in a number of districts should not be used, and they should be moving toward the evidence-based reading. And I'll mention here that this whole thing really is a follow-on to what the department has already been doing over the past couple of years in terms of, I think the program, Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it called The Love of Reading? Okay. Right. Plus the letters training that is being offered. And last I heard, it was over 3,000 people, including teachers, parents, and even grandparents who are getting involved with that training in this evidence-based science of reading literacy program. Which the people from letters even mentioned that New Hampshire is far ahead of other states in terms of getting people involved in the letters training, especially parents and others beyond the school staff. We're far ahead of other states in that regard.
Glenn?
Yes, sir.
I'm not even sure I'm on the subcommittee, but if I could ask.
That's okay, sure.
Where you are on F under 3, second page, that talks about the 3 queuing system of reading and visual memory. I'm comfortable with a group of legislators who have no background in reading making decisions for people who actually have information about this. And that one I see is a local control, local school board decision to make. So I've been there for a long time. I've been really open about that. I'm uncomfortable with us saying to a local school board or system, you should do this. I'm more uncomfortable with something like this, which says you shall not do this. I think it's an inappropriate role for this committee to take that particular stand, and I'm not cognizant of all the details around the various approaches, but it just seems as a report, as a way of getting at this, I just have problems with the concept. That's all. I would be interested in other members of the committee commenting on that.
Well, let me mention that this has been reviewed by experts around the country, and we would not be the first state to say no more 3 queuing method of instruction of literacy, because it doesn't. We've seen that it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't reflect how kids learn to read, and states around the country. I think it's something like 18 states in the past few years have moved away from this type of reading instruction to the evidence-based science of reading method of instruction, because it's based on really research on how the brain functions in learning how to read. So I think that it's important that we, if you want to say, put a stake in the ground and say, we have to move to something that evidence has shown will work. You know, when our state average for ELA proficiency is below 50%, I think we have to go in a different direction. And I think here we are moving in a proven direction by experts here in New Hampshire, as well as around the country, have said, you know, this is the direction we should go if we want to improve literacy.
Okay, thank you.
So Glenn?
Yes, sir.
So thanks. I'm not sure that's what Art was really getting at here.
Okay.
It's not so much a debate or an objection of you know, one, you know, the letters program,
Right,
or evidence-based reading, but more of the, we're now placing the state in a position where we're mandating a certain form of instruction. You know, so I'm not an expert in instruction, but I've you know, hung around people that are, and for example, in mathematics, there's a there's a thing called intuitive math that helps people become better at doing math. So should we require intuitive math instruction at the second grade level to improve our math? I mean, where does it end, I guess, is the question. I think that's what Art was saying here, and that we do have experts, you know, such as Dr. Cascadden, you know, leading the Berlin School District. You know, in Hopkinton, it was Steve Chamberlain when I was on the school board, and then of course you've got certified teachers, credentialed teachers that are experts in these areas too. And one of the concerns I would have in part F, which I think is what Art was looking at. So this is a shall not. So what if a teacher does? You know, does that, you know, what's the enforcement mechanism that the department would use to apply, you know, in paragraph F? And
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, there is no penalty or enforcement mechanism in here. I think it's more of a statement of direction. There's no date set that as of December 1st, you shall not use this system of reading. It's a statement that we want to move in this direction, and districts should be moving in this direction anyway, based on all the efforts of the Department of Education. And this is just putting it into statute that we need to move away from this method. There is no penalty involved.
So thanks for that clarification, but in section 3, the bottom of paragraph Roman I, it says the Department of Education shall adopt rules, 541A, concerning reading interventions, which is that that exact thing, and those rules would be able to include things such as disciplinary actions against teachers, wouldn't they?
I'm not sure if we have rules that include disciplinary actions, but those are, I see someone, Melissa, would you like to?
Okay.
Yes, Representative.
Yeah, I'm not on the committee either. As Art alluded to, he may not be on it either. But where I'm coming from, I think that the whole idea of this methodology for instructing and teaching reading has a place in our schools. I tend to still go back to who has the responsibility for curriculum and instruction. We clearly state in statute that that's a local decision. So when we say that you shall not do something, it's like when we had this hot debate years ago when it came to modern math or Common Core math. There are really divergent groups on both the sides of the coin. And to say this is how we're going to, Mary is reading along and all of a sudden doing a great job, and all of a sudden, bang, she doesn't understand the word there. So then the teacher then tries to identify and offer some instructional skills or ideas of what that word may be. I think that is a decision that has to be made based upon the instruction they've learned in the prep schools and all that, preparatory colleges, on how to teach reading as we're saying in this bill. That's good. But there's a lot of other ways too. And I saw too many times in the past where we've been told, no, classroom's going to have no walls. No, they're going to have walls. No, we're going to teach inquiry-oriented science with SKIS and ESS and all the other programs that came out at that time. And then we're going to go into modern math, and then we realize, the kids can't identify a difference between a number and a numeral. We're going to go into Common Core math. And the pendulum swings so much in education that sometimes we let it get out of control, and our teachers end up becoming managers and not instructors. And so I applaud the bill. I think we need to go that direction. However, I don't think we should say no to any particular way of teaching. So that's where I'm coming from. I think there is a measure of local control and responsibility for that lies with the specific district and with that classroom teacher in the classroom.
Melissa, would you like to come up and talk about the direction that the department is taking in this regard? Oh, right.
Yeah, so can you repeat the question?
Yes.
Is it about oversight?
Shall not employ the 3Q
So the queuing, from the way I read this, I can turn that on if that helps. From the way that I read this is in regards to the students that do not pass, is that correct? The screening.
Correct.
So we're talking at the most at-risk students, the students who are flagged as needing the most intervention, which would normally mean that we would want to give them a intervention that is reliable and proven to work with students. So when we look at that, we're looking at longitudinal data that shows that it has worked in variety of school settings to make sure that the students can improve and excel in learning how to read. So the way in which I read it, I don't read it that it's removing it from all schools, but removing it from the students who were flagged most at risk, which is a different type of level. We're talking about kids who are not breaking the code in reading and phonology spelling. Does that help answer the question?
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Even the person who first came up with the 3 queuing system has more recently said it doesn't work, people shouldn't be doing it. And there's evidence that if you're trying to do both 3 queuing and other methods, the 3 queuing is even harmful in conjunction. It not only doesn't work, it interferes with actually learning. And that doing both should not be an option because doing both is still harmful. That's
Right, and I think what
that's
you're
what the
referring
research
to,
says.
yes, is Columbia University School of Teacher Preparation has terminated the division that used or was based on the Lucy Calkins method of instruction, which is basically the 3 queuing method. So, and as was pointed out, this is section 3, which is where this is the intervention where there has been a deficiency identified. Yes.
So, you know, and I apologize for always leaning on my time on the school board, but, and I can see Becky sort of, you know, laugh on that a little bit because we worked together at Hopkinton when I was on the board. But you know, I'm familiar with the term, response to intervention, RTI, and intervention. And I seem to recall a lot of professional development being directed towards this area for teachers. And I guess we've got credentialed teachers in all of our schools that would know, I think, about the differences and the interactions between the queuing system and I'm missing the term, not phonics, but a what is it? Phonemic awareness type system. But are we, is the concern that we don't have trained professionals in our classrooms that need to have statute direct how they provide instruction? Or, I guess, is that the concern, that we don't have trained teachers in classrooms, so we need to have statute that directs instruction?
I think that there are many teachers and reading specialists who are trained in the new evidence-based science of reading, based on letters and based on actually newly certified or licensed teachers take an assessment called Knowledge of Reading, which is based on this new method of reading. And that's why in here we also add for teachers renewing, they should have that assessment under their belts also, so that we know that they are all moving in this direction. And that's the idea is to move in that direction because we need to do something to improve our literacy.
So aren't you just saying that we're already moving in that direction?
I think that's the department's direction, yes.
And our districts are moving in that direction.
Some, not all. is my understanding from talking to people in the field.
Okay.
There is, well, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get into the money angle of things. But do you have any further comments on that?
No, I think that's about right. The districts are all over the map. Some of them are switching, some of them are still in different program. We did conduct a survey that showed that a variety were using Fountas and Pinnell and Lucy Calkins. And so I know that there's been a shift, and we did offer the Leaning Into Literacy grant and provided schools with resources and funding to help shift if they wanted to apply.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. So I am concerned and trying to anticipate what happens going forward if this legislation were to pass. And I think we probably can all agree that education is ongoing in how children learn, whether it's learning to read or learning math or whatever. What we think today is different than what we thought at various different times in the past, and the programs for different curriculums keep changing. So if we were to put this in place and then we learn differently about reading, we are saying to districts, you can't change until we legislate another state-imposed approach to teaching reading, as opposed to respecting that licensed, trained education professionals care so much about kids that they will continue to evolve and implement what is the current understanding of how children learn. It's not static. So the question part of that is what would a district do if this were in place and it no longer made sense in the knowledge of the day?
Well, what we're talking about here with evidence-based science of reading is based on decades of research. It's not something that has popped up in the past 2 or 3 years. There's been brain studies done as looking at sections of the brain and how children actually comprehend and develop comprehension and identification of the words they're reading. So this is not something that's just sprung up. This is decades of research that has not been really pushed forward until the past, 5, 10 years maybe, for various factors. One is because of the publishing industry. So I think that we're doing something here that is based solidly on evidence and scientific evidence in terms of brain research. So will there be more research done in the future? Probably. But also one of the things in this bill also is that the department is to provide guidance to local districts in terms of instructional materials that should be used. So we're trying to leverage everybody into this process, from the department to the districts to the parents to the communities to libraries. We need everyone to try and move forward in terms of improving literacy in this state, and it's being done around the country. So we're not leading the pack on this. Maybe we should have been, but what we're trying to do is move it forward based on decades, literally, of research. Follow up?
Thank you. I'm trying to put this in useful language. There are decades of research in, I think, any aspect of brain function and science. And we keep learning. And when we learn, if I fall back to my roots in dietetics nutrition work, people would complain, you keep changing your mind. Eggs are good, eggs are bad, eggs are good, which is it? It's not changing your mind, it's learning and responding to the new ongoing studies and reflecting that in the recommendations that are made. So I'm uncomfortable with saying this may, I don't know, I'm not a reading expert. This may well be the best way to teach reading today. But putting it into law means we're saying it's the best way to teach reading in perpetuity, and that doesn't make sense to me, despite your thoughtful explanation.
I would just comment that we're not mandating any curriculum. And even the department is, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to blurt out, but I said, yes, we are, because it looks to me like we're mandating a curriculum. What is this if it isn't a curriculum?
It's a method of instruction. We had discussions with the department about curriculums and instructional materials, and we decided the best course of action was for the department just to recommend instructional materials, not mandate. Some states actually have a list of curriculum that is allowed to be taught in schools in their state, and we didn't want to head in that direction because of local control. We just want curriculum and instructional materials that are based on this new or decades-old research that has been done. That's only where we're going. It's not mandating any specific curriculum. We purposely avoided going down that path. Representative Lakis?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to about what Rep. Luno said and the more recent conversation. Yes, teachers are certified and trained. The problem is what they were certified and trained in, because 3Qing was big for a long time, and there are a lot of teachers, that's what they were taught, and that's what they're teaching. And as the DOE found, some schools are still using it in spite of the fact that it's been shown that it doesn't work. And in spite of the fact that even the person who developed it said it doesn't work. And she has kind of recanted what she was doing because she realizes it doesn't work. We have lots of evidence now, years worth, that it doesn't work. So that's why we're saying not to use it. But yes, there are still school districts that are using it. And that's why we're saying you can't. But the other part, it says evidence-based reading instructional program. It doesn't, that, as the evidence changes, that will change because it's not use this book, use this curriculum, whatever. It's use a curriculum that's based on science and evidence. So if the evidence changes, that should change as well. We're not specifying what to give it that flexibility to say, as we learn more, we will change what we're doing. And as we learn more, well, what have we learned? We learned 3Qing doesn't work, so we're saying we're not going to do that. We're saying we're going to use evidence-based materials. Well, that will change as evidence changes. So it's not specific.
Representative
I'd like to ask Melissa, you're sitting there listening to all this. I do have a question for you that from your perspective of working at DOE and interacting with school districts. In the amendment I'm looking at, it's a little different, but I think it's the same language and everything that you're talking about here. Upon doing the screening in grades K through 3, or grades 1 through 3, kindergarten grades 1 through 3, and if a child is identified as needing support in reading, it says shall be given intensive, and I need to know what intensive means, And general education reading intervention, I need to know what general education means in terms of, does it mean at the local level that you're going to have a remedial reading teacher get involved? Are you going to have the classroom teacher now having another group? Are you going to break kids up into high, middle, low, like sometimes we do in mathematics? And that intervention must start within 10 days. So there's three things there which I'm really concerned about. I need to have what you mean by intensive. Intensive, might be different in District A and certainly different in C. But we're mandating that this occur.
Yeah, so what we're thinking is what we would call MTSS, or the 3-tier system. So once a student is identified, they will get additional support in reading. And you're correct, it will look very different depending on the school systems. Some school systems have paraprofessionals who are trained to do that. Some school districts have Title I teachers, which is a federal program. Some school districts use their reading teachers depending on the way that the test results come out. So once the test results come out, schools should have data meetings to discuss what levers do we have inside the school to provide that support for that child. And it can look very different, but the idea is that the top gets, so when you asked about general ed, that's the teacher in the classroom. So the top gets the teacher, and then they get an additional layer. And you could have groups, that has been done, where a kid will rotate to different teachers inside the classroom to get different levels of support. But you want to use the data to guide the support, right? If the students don't know their letters and sounds, that's where you want to start a group that targets that skill. If the students don't have phonemic awareness, you start a group for that. If the students need help in comprehension, you start a group with that way. So you're meeting the needs of the students in front of you. Tier 2 can even occur inside the general classroom, depending on how that classroom is set up. So a teacher could take a group, right, and give them extra help inside their classroom as well. So you're right, there's a varied landscape across New Hampshire's educators, and it really depends on how the schools can use those levers inside their school.
And may I follow up?
Sure.
Yeah.
And does it depend, Melissa, upon, of course, so there are a lot of variables. We have rural schools, very small. We have city schools, which are very large and may have some support internally in their curriculum departments. Are we talking, yes, there's grant programs, but we've seen grants are here today and gone tomorrow. And then when we hire folks to teach these areas and the grant disappears, then you have this uproar internally within the district. Oh, I'm going to lose Mrs. Smith here, who's an excellent teacher, but there's no source of revenue coming in to support that salary. Mm-hmm. So then you're either looking at local property taxes going up. My concern is, I guess, a number of issues right here that, the classroom teachers I know are very effective to a degree. There are some students, as we see even in special education, where the kid needs to be pulled because there is a specific IEP need. We're going to start seeing that, and there's going to be some costs associated with that. And the small district certainly is not going to have a small school of 70 kids in it, K through 8, may not have that support system internally within the school. So how are they going to be able to comply with this legislation where you're going to have to give this reading intervention, and it's going to have to be intensive?
Well, I don't think that that's any different than the recent legislation law that you guys just passed for the dyslexia screener, because technically if the students are flagged in the dyslexia screener, the school must provide intervention that is evidence-based. So it actually does not change that in any shape or form, because the current dyslexia screener says you must provide that evidence-based instruction. So our schools are already working on plans to support kids who are struggling reading. And I'm getting lots of calls on that, and there's a lot of different ideas that they've come up with, but they are really trying to support the students that are flagged.
I don't doubt that they're trying to support. I know they're trying to do that. I guess my questions go to, where's the wherewithal coming to do that? and what kind of organizational changes are they having to do with their staff internally to ensure that this occurs with that class of 20 kids. Now you have maybe 5 kids or 3 kids that need this intervention. There's only so many hours in a day, and there's only that much of a teacher that can be split apart. And so that's a concern.
Okay.
If I could just read from 377, which we passed last year, the student school district shall provide age-appropriate, evidence-based intervention strategies to begin by January 1st of the school year for any student who is identified as having characteristics that are associated with potential indicators or risk factors of dyslexia and related disorders. So that's in statute now, as you point out.
It doesn't say intensive strategy, so this says intensive. And that's a word that I think it's a lawyer's dream.
So, Glenn?
Yes.
I'm glad you brought up House Bill 377 that was passed earlier this year. It literally just went into effect 4 weeks ago. So I don't think we've got any data coming from this, and makes sense to me, at least, that we should see how 377 takes off over the next 12, 24 months, and we should see some positive fruits from that work that this committee did recently on that. But my question to you, though, really sort of, I think, tails off what Rick was asking, and something you'd mentioned earlier, that did you say that the department has a grant right now to help districts
We did
become
have
better trained? And
We did have a grant. They are looking at whether they're going to reinstate that. We used ESSER funds to provide 25, I believe, maybe even 35 schools funding for materials. It was, you had to submit, there was a whole rubric involved. And so they are evaluating whether that might be another opportunity again in the future to continue to provide some materials for school systems.
so do you recall how much in the aggregate that ESSER grant was? And did you say it was
Give me
for 35 districts received?
I can tell you right away as I'm
Okay.
writing a report, for you guys.
No, that'd be great.
Is there another question in the meantime? Well,
Yeah, I mean, so the question I'd be getting to is or would we be better off using this bill as a vehicle to help continue that grant, and rather than it being a competitive grant, be a grant that's really directed to the schools that we now know are maybe need additional support
I can tell you.
to move off a queuing method towards
Right.
new methods.
that was the direction my original bill was headed. But I felt that after the bill did not get passed last year, when we had the budget available to us to try and implement a grant related to children with deficiencies, based on number of children with deficiencies and a plan for addressing those facilities, I thought it might be too much of a cost to try and put forward in a non-budget year. So that's why we decided to go with the competitive grant scenario. But we put in a time frame for that competitive grant so that in the next budget, we could revisit that. And my hope is that we could move to a larger grant process that I had in the original bill. So that's why this was, the competitive grant was an interim step to getting hopefully to something more comprehensive. The competitive grant had a appropriation
That's
in
on-
here of, I think, 1.5 million for 24 and 2.5 million for 25, something along those lines, where the original grant program would have been considerably higher than that.
So what did the ESSER grant look like? So it would be in the ballpark of about a $1 million type grant, not a $10 million type. Well, 51 schools or 51 districts. And when we do grants at the school level, I forget how many schools Manchester has. 40 something. Does that mean some?
Some get it, some don't.
Okay. 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 Well, I mean, I guess I would put it out there for consideration as to whether or not it would be an opportunity here to use this bill as a vehicle, even in an off-budget year, to extend to replace the ESSER grant, which has completed.
Correct.
With state grants with a state grant in that sort of $1 to $2 million thing. This could go to finance and then go to joint fiscal for final appropriation.
If you want to take a look at the bottom of page 4, Roman 5
Yep.
is the appropriated amounts for the next couple of fiscal years. And the competitive grant would be up to $75,000 per school.
Yep. $1.5
but-
million in the aggregate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to bump up that total, I have no problem with that. But with the original bill scenario, we were thinking more in the $10 million and up in terms of the cost per year.
Would it be more effective for the department to be able to direct the grant where you've done data collection and know that schools are not doing it, or would it be better to do this as a competitive grant?
I'm not sure it really matters. It would be about how they would fill out the grant. So you would rate it, right? We would look at criteria, whether it was evidence-based. So that's what we did in the literacy grant. They had to state how they found that it was evidence-based, which is on various websites that rate programs, What Works Clearinghouse, Evidence for ESSA. They also had to write how they were going to help their staff get trained in how to use the program, right? So that was the second piece. And then what was their data to show why they chose that program, right? Looking at that data again. So it really would depend.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that filling out grant applications requires that's a commitment in and of itself.
It is.
Too. So rather than putting up barriers for schools to receive the development funds that they would need to train their professional faculty in this direction, maybe that it's something that the department could direct.
If I could, I would just mention in that regard, I wouldn't want us to see us get into a scenario which we had with the differentiated aid for third grade reading, where we just gave out a flat amount of money for each student who was below proficiency in that regard, with no accountability or direction coming from the district on how those funds would be used or were being used.
No, but $75,000.
Can I ask Melissa a question?
Sure.
Melissa, the other day, I believe you were there with the provost. Okay. Well, when I was meeting after the trustee meeting, well, I think it was last week on Friday afternoon, the commissioner was there.
Oh, yes.
Meeting with the provosts of Keene and Plymouth and UNH. they indicated that they, in their departments of education, are moving forward with instruction in this area of literacy for all their new teachers coming out of those institutions. So I'm reassured that we have some cooperation from our post-secondary institutions in the state here. However, where I'm concerned is several of the words which, really, to me are kind of, ambiguous. But I'm concerned that the program that we have here is another one of those grant programs like we saw with the math learning communities, where we had 36 high schools very involved, starting to show great growth, and then finance stopped the funding of that program, and the community college had to pull out. That hurt in the high school level. That was a very similar type program where we saw real deficiencies in math understandings and skilled knowledge. If we don't have really concurrence here in terms of wanting to make this a long-term effort, we're going to have another statute on the books, which is not going to be funded. And with that, it's going to be very difficult for districts to comply with some of the terminology we have within here. They can go ahead and be using this as a method of instruction, but when we use words like intensive and the general education, I take that to be exactly what you said. That's the classroom teacher. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be just another ask of the classroom teacher, which they should be doing this. They should be working with remedial kids, but they may have other methodologies going on, and then it comes to Art's local control issue on curriculum and instruction. So I think there are some issues here which we have to recognize. I do support what we're doing here, but I think there's going to be some red flags that go up as we go along the path here to get this thing in place and working. I don't know how to address those without having the cash to make it work.
Yeah, Melissa White would have to speak on the financing
Melissa
part
would
of it.
have-
Because I oversee the professional development,
Yeah.
the reach out to the schools, and the support on that front. Melissa would control the finances.
Do you have any more Title II monies that have not been used?
I believe so. I work closely with the Title II department, but I don't have the finance. I know that they've been supporting training, and they brought in the Brett Conway data-driven decision-making 3-day conference. But I don't see the finance side of the department. I'm more of the boots on the ground supporting the teachers.
Okay.
If the subcommittee feels that the 1.5 million in the next 2 years should be bumped up and let finance take a look at it, I have no problem in submitting the amendment with increased dollar numbers there.
So Glenn, I was only suggesting that in, by essentially replacing the bill to provide an financing extension to the department's grant program. I would take out, I would really take out everything else and let House Bill 377 have some time on the screening side and extend some support through the department to schools that need additional training and professional development in this area. That's all I was suggesting.
Thank you. Maybe in time we have remaining, touch on,
What?
Let 377 do its work, since it just went into effect. This is the dyslexia screening.
Mm-hmm.
Just went into effect the end of September. And use this as a vehicle, as a potential vehicle to support the department in a grant program to support professional development in this area and take out all the prescriptive stuff that I think probably does need more work and sort of reads against other places in statute like, 193E that says local districts are responsible for determining instruction.
I think we would be missing a huge opportunity. Half of our students are not proficient in reading, and just to prolong that penalty or that chain on our students in terms of learning how to read, I think would be a huge, huge mistake. 377 was targeted to dyslexia and related disorders. This is targeted to a much broader audience of students and addresses the teacher prep programs. We do take a look and require an addition, a report each year from the department as to what's going on in those teacher prep programs, because we've seen it from studies, that national studies that have been done with 3 of our universities getting D's or F's in terms of their move in this direction. And I've heard it from a reading specialist whose daughter is attending one of those colleges, and they're trying to teach both the evidence-based science of reading and the 3 cueing method. And her daughter is just confused about what's going on. So we address that. We try and make sure that there's more parental involvement, community involvement. Parental involvement is key in making this work, I think. So to just have a bill related to funding and to delay the rest of it, I think would be a huge mistake on our part. Let me just touch on a few more things. I just mentioned a couple in terms of the annual reports based on the teacher prep programs and survey of those programs. I've talked with Dr. Appleby about that, and they're on board with that. Annual reports from the department as to progress coming back to our committees in the House and the Senate is all included in this, as well as what I mentioned in terms of the certification renewal process. And making sure that those teachers had been through the knowledge of reading assessment so that they are up to speed. And on the last page, that requirement is only in place for certain teachers. Not everybody would have to go through this assessment. And it was pointed out to me that even with the initial certification, I don't think that special education teachers go through the knowledge of reading assessment. And we include that in here because I think that's very important, because as part of this, if after a certain period of time the deficiencies are not being there is no improvement, let's say, there would be a call for referral to special education. So special education teachers also have to be on board with this, I believe. So we're a few minutes past our time, encroaching on the next bill and subcommittee. But are there any further comments? I'm sure we'll have I will be putting this in for drafting. So if there's anything else, please let me know. But we will. I'm sure we'll have a further discussion on the 13th about it. Yes, I would love it.
Thank you. I was just waiting for you to be done. I've been in the field long enough. I'm licensed as a K-8 elementary ed teacher. I've taught reading. Had to keep up those reading skills over the last 40 years, just because you need to. I'm also licensed as an English for speakers of other languages, and have to teach them language skills and reading as well, and testing them. And been through this evidence-based reading quite a long time ago. And it seems like historically, every time there's a NAEP score or a state score that comes out, it creates a rise in people. Like nobody's been doing anything and now we need to put the fire out. And NAEP scores are only for those participating districts, right? It's not everybody, it's only grades 4 through 8. And traditionally, we don't do as well in the NAEP scores. A better, valid, and reliable measure is our state assessment, which measures reading and math. And that's what, from my experience, school teams will use to look for instructional areas of weakness that they need to beef up on, and specifically which kids need something different. So it's not new. And of course, after COVID, kids were responsible to learn their basic reading skills at home. And unless they've got somebody there to teach them, they're going to come back to school and be a year or two behind, which obviously has happened. I'm hoping that within 5 years, maybe sooner, that will balance out again so we get back on a continuum. But we have to think of that part. We also have to think about if kids come to kindergarten without all their pre-reading skills or language development, which many in poverty don't have those skills. They can swear at you. They know how to manage money. But you know what? They might not be able to tell the difference between phonemic sounds or not. So we have to think that that's a big piece on reading success. So then when they get to kindergarten, you get the gamut and the range of academic abilities on where kids are in reading. And so that's when the 3-tier model of instruction became more formalized. I mean, when I started out of college, we were doing ability grouping and leveled reading groups, right? And then we called it response to intervention, which was more defined. And it's been some districts then over time called it the multi-tiered systems of support, so that you do universal instruction, all kids get the same instruction. And then through assessments and screenings, then you start divvying out who's mastered that and who has not. And then you have a second tier of intervention. It might be a small group within the classroom, or it might be a Title I tutor, or it might be a reading specialist. And if the students who are screened after those skills are presented again, then they may have to go in a tier 3, which is an individual instruction, which might require them to have a totally different approach to reading. Wilson, Foundations, Reading Recovery, Slingerland was you had to write in the air because kids didn't hear sounds. You talk about 3Qing, I honestly, until I came to this committee, had never heard that term. But in learning what it is, it has to be a tool in the toolbox. If you have a student with frequent ear infections who cannot hear sounds and can't blend those sounds together, they must learn through sight. So you have to have, I'm not saying there's no one method that's going to work for every student, but somehow you have to teach them those 5 components in whatever way or learning style they have. So teachers have to be very, they have to have a toolbox, they have to have a variety of materials. There's no one basal program that's going to work for all kids, but you have to start with something for all kids. I was glad to hear the child study team or the data flow chart. So we've been abiding by this and the child study team questions on when to progress from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3. It's pretty scripted. And then the flow chart for it really is dated 2006 and comes out of the Rochester School District. I mean, this stuff is just not new. The other thing I wonder is, so there's a lot of components to get kids to learn how to read. And kids are not clones. They aren't all going to hit that proficiency mark at the same time. And unfortunately, some kids can only learn up to 4th grade level. Some kids can only read up to 6th grade level or 8th grade level, but you have to give them your best shot. I think that this reminds me of what's in a local curriculum guide for teachers to follow step by step within a district. I mean, it's a method of instruction. You want a certain curriculum to meet that instruction, and that's local control. Unless we are all reading specialists, I don't think we should be handing this down to the teachers. In fact, if I was a teacher, I'd say this is pretty insulting. How dare they? I've been using a screening for 10 years. We progress monitor. One of those tools that was used widely in New Hampshire was NWEA, and then they came out with progress monitoring. Progress monitoring is a very common term amongst elementary school teachers. The other piece on part 5, on page 3, where there's mention of the special ed process, I would caution about that because every single district is required to have a procedures and process manual for children with disabilities. And it's mirrored from the state. So within those manuals locally, there is process and procedure on what has to be followed. And it comes down, there are specific questions that have to be asked. You know, I mean, I was talking to a parent yesterday and I said, well, kids' needs are not being met. Well, how are they not being met? Well, they're not identifying kids the way we want them to be. Well, there has to be a discrepancy between the achievement testing and the cognitive testing. And if those are within a certain point span, then it creates the potential for a disability. And then the team has to decide, does the child need a different program as a result of that? Or can their needs be met in so it's very, very prescriptive. And the teachers are very, trust me, they go to lots of IEP and special ed meetings. And they're very well versed in it. So handing this down, really, I mean, I feel it insults the teachers. I mean, they know what they're doing. They do it every single day. We're not doing it every day, and we're not meeting with kids every day, but teachers are. And I guess I'd want to know, I mean, I know what's going on in the North Country schools, but what's going on in your district schools, Representative? Do you know what Effingham and Crescent Park, and do you know what those schools are doing? Carpenter schools? Do you know what they're doing for reading?
No.
No. Because I think, especially in the Wilkeboro area, my colleagues there have always had the financial resources to be able to stay up with the most current training and whatnot. And really, my experience with the Department of Ed, they've always had strong people in the field that have been very helpful and resourceful. But we're talking about something that's been out there for a long time. And I think that you need to trust the system. And my other problem with is that I mentioned this the last time, as a legislative body, we should be concerned about all kids learning to read. And this does not address all kids. And who's going to submit yet another report to the Department of Ed? It doesn't really make sense. Nobody's got time to submit their beginning, middle, and end of year data. It's already in their software. So if somebody wants it, here it is. So you don't want to add more jobs to the district. It's really government overreach, in my opinion. Because there are so many factors that go into teaching kids to read. So I would definitely like to see the department continuing to provide those trainings. I mean, as I said before, I was trained in letters 10 years ago. So it's not new. I mean, it reminds me of the competencies. I mean, Vision 2.0 for New Hampshire was developed under the directorship of Commissioner Berry
when all school districts had to develop their own competencies in all the main subjects. That's not new either. So I think we need to let the people in the department who are the specialists to support our school districts to ensure that all kids, no matter how they're educated or where they're educated, get the skill set that we want out of a productive student.
Could I
Do
just,
you have any questions?
could I ask one?
Yeah.
How do you think that this does not address all kids?
Because it talks about, wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong one. Is it designed for local school districts and chartered public schools?
Yes.
Well, there are kids out there in learning centers and non-sectarian schools, aren't there? Or am I thinking
Sure.
that all kids are here?
Right. I was trying to address public education in this. I
Only
didn't-
public education?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's why I say we're missing some kids here. Just trying to be equitable.
I've had enough problems, addressing public school kids in this without getting into non-public school kids.
I have one more comment myself. I administered the NAEP for the state of Vermont prior to getting on board and coming in the legislature here. And the results you see in the NAEP, I wouldn't give a whole lot of consideration. I saw students in there taking this test just because they had to be there. The test wasn't written in a fashion that you were going to get anything out of the child.
Yeah.
Learning style, teaching style wasn't even thought of there. So we see those type of scores. So I throw the NAEP right out the window. I do the same thing with our statewide assessment in terms of it's not a diagnostic test.
No.
And it doesn't do, it shows perhaps in terms of what we norm reference and what we're assessing, it shows growth from one year to another in that particular area, but it really doesn't glean from or for the teacher where I need to aim some of my instruction in order to see a better understanding of the part of the skills and knowledge on the part of the kid. So I think that there's a lot that's going on within schools right now that you don't see any statistical data on because they're doing it individually within schools. I was teaching a lot of this stuff, dealing with phonemics and phonemes and fluency and vocabulary and comprehension when I was a teacher in grade 4 in the 1970s. And I remember what was going on with Paul Leather and Ginny Berry on this as well. I support the idea here that we have to get our reading literacy. I don't buy into the concept that 42% of our kids in the state are not proficient in reading. I don't buy into that. I don't think the assessment really assesses properly. So there's a lot more to this. I think we always should be striving to improve our reading, to improve our mathematics. Yes, we have to do that. And but I like a lot of the stuff in here. Don't misunderstand me, but I just don't
It should
know
happen.
if it's the right way to do it. I don't know. I got
there's-
a lot more
yeah.
thought to give to this.
And part of the data flow chart is also using weighted measures. So you're not going to get a number, you're not going to get a statistic from it. But if you do a running record, what we call a running record on a student, you're going to get some fluency and you're going to compare it. Or if you're drilling on sight words, you're not going to necessarily score that. You're going to see how many sight words do they know and then send the list home that they don't know or need to practice. Kids need to practice reading. They can't just have a reading instructional lesson without all the other parts, as you know, and you have to practice anything that you're going to get good at. And unfortunately, some kids only get it in one place. And I was concerned also, you had mentioned about a progressive spelling inventory. That's pretty curriculum driven. I don't know what that is, spelling inventory. Is it doing spelling? I don't know. I mean, spelling is taught.
In conjunction with cursive, in conjunction with,
Right, so do they give
various
up
phonetic
keyboarding in
sounds,
first grade to
patterns?
do, now they gotta give up keyboarding, right? Because there's no extra time and you gotta add cursive, but yeah, this is like a this is all good stuff. This all should be done. I just question, where is it not being done? Because to me, it should be pretty rare.
Rosa Lakis?
I think in your last comment, you just answered my question. You said it was insulting, and I'm trying to understand, is it insulting because they should already be doing it? And a lot of places are. I know the thing is, you ran your schools very well. I know you did. And not all school systems are run as well as you ran yours.
Right.
And so if they're already doing this, can't they just say, cool, we're already doing this, we're all set? But there are school systems that aren't doing this. And I think that's the need for this. As you said, everybody should be doing this.
Yeah,
And that's the whole point. Everybody should be doing this, but not all school districts are run as well as you ran yours.
understood. Thank you.
Further, or we'll move on to the next subcommittee? Well, thank you very much. Take 5 minutes? Yep. The next subcommittee is on House Bill 623, establishing a teacher candidate loan forgiveness program.
All right, so we'll take 5. Yeah, okay, thank you.
What do you want to do with this next subcommittee? 620. I'm picking up Mel's.
Right.
He's chairing
Did
it.
you have an amendment?
I'm gonna go upstairs
Oh,
and
okay.
get it. Yeah,
It's 623, right?
623.
Which is echoing 618,
It's-
617.
It is complete mirror.
217,
Mirror of
217.
217.
Yeah, yeah.
So we should be able to go through this sub pretty, get back on track,
Does,
right?
Yeah.
well, yeah, I'd like to see how he's written it, whether,
Yeah, well,
right.
because
Yeah.
are we dealing with rural and critical shortage communities, or are we dealing with specific topics like mathematics, science, special education shortages?
So can you pull up Senate 217?
Yeah.
And then I'll go get
Okay.
this
Okay.
one.
Okay. Really? Okay, I think we'll start with the next subcommittee. Little different cast of characters, but primarily the same. And this is House Bill 623, establishing a teacher candidate loan forgiveness program. And this bill has taken several turns with amendment. And we just got a new amendment this morning based on discussions last week. Do you know if there are copies available out in the audience?
I put a.
Oh, there's some? Okay, great.
Yeah.
This is Amendment 2375H. And Representative Luno, since Representative Myler is here, do you want to just generally tell us about the amendment?
So thanks, and I'll really, this is not something that I've been directly working on. I think Representative Ladd may be able to shed more light on it, since I think this is part of the work product that came out of the teacher shortage and retention working group, study commission. It was, I think it's been a multi-year effort.
Yes.
Yeah. So my understanding is the Myler Amendment 2375 mirrors. We're just double checking this. Mirrors a Senate bill that has traction over on the other side of the wall, Senate Bill 217, and. But Rick, I defer to you to,
Okay, I'd pleased to do
Thank
that. The Education Shortage Committee has been addressing this issue and why we have shortages of teachers in certain critical shortage areas. And we know those critical shortage areas, we've mentioned them over and over and over: science, mathematics, special education, to some degree career technical education, but we won't go there with that right now. And we're looking at the bill that you have before you, the Amendment 623, mirrors SB 217, which is pleasantly retained in the Senate under Senator Ward's committee. But where does this come from? It comes from the state of Idaho, which just put this almost identical legislation into law. And what it does, it tries to maintain or attract teachers in these shortage areas. And I don't know if this bill specifically identifies what the shortage areas are, but we know we are short teachers in some areas within the state. When it comes to licensure and certification, we've been told by Mr. Appleby, Steve, that we have licensed more teachers in this state than we have in previous years. However, then you have to dig down into the weeds and find out, how many of those licenses are for people living in Nevada who have New Hampshire certification. They're just renewing them. And how many people are on retirement now that are renewing them just to keep something in the fire in terms of, that's my insurance policy if I have to get back to work. So, but we do know we have shortage areas, and those I've mentioned. Idaho has done this by saying to a new teacher that comes in, or a person that's there in a critical shortage area or in a rural area that can't attract or loses qualified teachers to other districts which pay more, that in the first year you get X number of dollars, second, third, fourth, and if you stay there the 4 years, then you capture $12,000 to help pay off your grant, which is been very successful out in Idaho, very successful in other states in the country. So we on the shortage committee the other day, when we're trying to wrap up, we're not totally wrapped up yet because there's another issue which we have to resolve, but we have wrapped up in agreement that this process is important and that we should, from a policy perspective, move this forward. The only issue out there still is, how much is it going to cost? And so that's a finance issue, which is going to have to be resolved by Division 2 or by the Senate side in Senator Gray's committee there. So, But I encourage us to take a good look at this and see if it parallels what we feel we have to do in terms of keeping and acquiring the teachers we need in the state. There's some areas we just cannot find the number of teachers we need. And then when it comes to maintaining them and keeping them, that with their extreme debt that they're carrying out from, the 4-year degree that they possess, there's no way they can stay in the teaching business. They got to get back out and seek something maybe with some corporation or business that's going to pay them almost another 30% on top of what they're getting paid right now. So that's it in a nutshell. It echoes Idaho. This bill almost verbatim echoes that state, and it echoes 217, which is in the Senate. And we asked that Representative Myler modify HB 623 with language that's in 217. And I haven't taken the time to read through this yet. I just got it.
I've just been doing sort of section.
Yeah. And that's probably what we ought to do. The only area that because I know this is going to cost some dollars, but I don't know how much. That's something we're going to have to get from the department. An analysis in that regard. But is it going to be for any teacher that comes in from any institution, be it in New Hampshire or be it outside our state? Is it going to be for any area, like an elementary teacher going to have the same benefits from this program? Or are we going to key it in initially with the shortage areas?
This is directed to rural and.
Right, this is,
But I was
right, the two,
going deeper, I was saying, is it for science,
For areas.
mathematics, special education, etc.
right. Yes,
Yeah, I just wondered what that rural school district list would look like if it's fewer than 20 enrolled students per square mile within an area. That's one criteria, right? Mm-hmm. And the other one is shortage in a certain area, what critical shortage list? Is that what the intent is?
The other states are doing it, they're defining rural differently in each state. And I think that this would be an area that we should have defined here. We've had definitions for geographically isolated schools in the state before in legislation that has not passed. But this is an area, I agree, we need to look at this particular area and see, is this going to capture the areas we need to capture?
Yes, and I mean, I just see it as a great marketing tool for those areas that can't find people. I mean, Errol School, K-8, has 13 kids. Who the heck wants to go teach in Errol, New Hampshire, when there's no housing anyway, and the distances?
Good fishing.
Well, yes, but I just use that as an example, but I'd be curious to see what that list of rural school districts would look like to make sure that we're capturing, those areas, because there are areas like that, I'm sure, in other parts of the state.
right, in terms of the dollars, I think that there is an appropriation on page 3, so there is an appropriation anyway for this. How many teachers at what cost, would be compensated under this appropriation. However, it does, the last line was added that the governor would draw a warrant article to fill out that money from the Treasury. And one of my questions also was related to the specific areas of teaching that have been discussed. Special education was mentioned, but I also, a couple of us were talking with the special education advocate this weekend. And based on her work so far, she identified not only special ed teachers, but also occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, reading specialists as areas where there are teacher shortages that are impacting special education and the actual services that are in IEPs for students that cannot be provided because of those shortages.
Yeah, I was talking about the 13 IEP categories with underneath the umbrella of special ed. So I would capture all those categories of the IEPs. So that includes occupational therapy, those that are working with TBI, those all that.
Autism
Speech
specialists.
pathologists.
Right.
So just to be clear though, Senate Bill 217 and House Bill 623 is directed to rural and underserved areas, and it does not make any. There's no further criteria in terms of what teaching areas
Yes.
are where the incentive would apply. So it applies to all teaching areas for these rural and underserved districts. So, possibly another bill could, with another appropriation, open it up to all districts and specific teaching areas. But I don't think that's this bill.
Okay.
Is my understanding of it. Again, I did not serve on this multi-year commission, and this is work product that came from that. So I'm.
We talked about this, and as you note on the amendment that Mel has just given us, on line 2, page 2, it talks about economic disadvantage of the school based on eligibility for funds pursuant to Title I, Part A. We're trying to be able to capture places like Manchester, which are having a difficult time, getting these people and maintaining these, keeping them. So it's not just rural. And so we put in this, and of course that.
Yeah, and this is where the department has some leeway to extend that this program to areas that it identifies under Roman 2 on the first page, with exactly what you just said.
Right. So I think we've been looking at the definition section, which talks about rural and underserved, but actually there's the third area, as you point out.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think you just answered what my question was, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding the way it's stated here correctly. So number 1 and number 2 at the top of page 2, the qualifying schools would either be rural isolation as previously defined on page 1, or economic disadvantage based on Title I. They would not have to be both. Is that the correct interpretation?
I believe so.
One or the other.
Yep.
So it fixes the issue of the Claremonts and Newports and Manchesters that are not
Yes.
rural. Thank you.
I guess based on your question, would that also cover the underserved areas, which are in the definitions but are not under Roman 2? Should there be a B, and C under Roman 2?
Representative Cortelli, I concur.
Representative Paul, you got a question?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm still concerned about that teacher who's teaching, I'm going to fill these towns out, so maybe they don't fit on the list or not. But let's say someone's teaching in Groveton and they've been there for 2 years. It's a new teacher. They've been there for 2 years and they're riffed. They're an excellent teacher and they end up going to Berlin. Berlin's on the list, or Errol or wherever. Through no fault of their own, they've been kicked out of an underserved district because it's any subject. So now they get a job in Colebrook or whatever, another underserved district. It's like I say, they have no control over their performance other than they were an excellent teacher, but they were riffed. So they're done. They can't get any more money, and that doesn't seem fair to me. It seems like if they're serving those districts, so when we go to page 2, lines 24 and 25, right, the educator remains employed at the same school or the same school district. They're out, and that doesn't seem very fair to me.
Representative Damon?
So could we propose in response to Representative Hall's valid concern that instead of it reading on line 24, 25 of page 2, remains employed at the same school or by the same school district, to change that to remains employed at any qualifying district? So they, in that example, they went somewhere else that still qualified.
One of the goals was to try to keep these people in that rural school district. They may jump, as Representative Hall's saying, from, let's say, a Haverhill, where I am, to Hanover, and receive a huge jump in their salary. Now, of course, then they wouldn't qualify because they'd be out because it's not an underserved district. But see, it's also hurting though the rural district, which is going to see that jump occur. And once again, you don't have continuity of programming. You lose that teacher, which has been very effective, now gone, and it's going to impact on kids.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
But it's through no fault of their own. They went there hoping to stay there 5 years, to be able to take advantage of this. They're going to stay there 5 years, and they've been ripped. That is, they have no control over that, none. So, you know, how can you be guaranteed if you're good, you're going to be allowed to stay there for 5 years? I don't know. I mean,
And why would they be leaving?
if there were a reduction in force, oftentimes the language is last man in, first man out. Mind you, they have 5 years to decide, you know, the superintendent has 5 years to decide, but I think that there are certainly teachers that would fall into this. At some point in time, they get riffed. And they want to teach in an underserved, they like being in the North Country or wherever that is, and they go to another underserved district. Like I say, through no fault of their own.
So
They want to stay there for
yeah,
5 years.
Muriel, if I could respond to that, down on Roman 3 at the top of page 2, there's this program laid out in statute gets defined in rules adopted by the commission pursuant to 541A. So that's where where what you're talking about could be placed in rules. It does, the statute doesn't necessarily, statute frames it up, but the rules specify what would happen. So I would suggest that this frames it up pretty well. And some of these edge conditions that you're talking about are absolutely valid, but that could be done during the rulemaking process. It may be too difficult to consider every corner case in statute. And the other thing is, I think we do have another retained bill with respect to the what the Higher Education Commission can do. Right?
Or the
Yeah, so this is putting a couple of requirements on the Higher Education Commission to define eligible education expenses and to adopt rules. And I think the Higher Education Commission can do both those things. But they would be the ones administering this this incentive grant.
It says they shall adopt rules.
right.
Yeah.
Ooh, but this clearly said, right.
Further, yes, Representative Damon.
Just clarifying from what Representative Luno just said, because we in the corner here have the same question. So can the rules development say something that is actually different from the language of the law? Because it's kind of specific in 24 and 25.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a statutory underpinning for the rules. Employed at the same school or by the same school district. I mean, we could get we could ask, you know, an OLS attorney about, you know, that, you know, if we wanted to get some clarification on it, but, you know.
You just pointed out something to me, something that I had marked on a previous version. In terms of the rules on line 33, I think it should say state board.
Why wouldn't it be the commission?
Well,
Yeah.
the state board actually.
Is
Was it?
you know, and I'm not sure how we word it in other, I think, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think it's, yeah.
One more,
Follow
thank you. No, different.
Okay.
So I'm just noting that in this amendment compared to the previous one, on page 1, line 16, it no longer includes federal parent loans. The other amendment did include them. Is that in order to align it with what the Senate has? So it's a little less qualified.
Does anyone know if there has been any action over in the Senate on their retained
No, they haven't done anything yet.
anything? Okay.
And, once again, this legislation is just an echo of what happened out west, and they have been, doing it for some time now, effectively. To get back to the area that you had, Muriel, on those lines on the reverse side, employed at the same school or by the same school district, you could capture it by saying, taking latter part of line 23 on page 1, remains employed in an eligible public school district or at an eligible charter public school. You just take it from that same language, which is line 23 and 24 on the first page, and replace where it says the same school, same district, all that stuff on. So we could get around that. You could be in an eligible school, which would have to meet those guidelines already established within the bill.
Yep.
Be a simple fix.
So there could be 2 or 3 fixes in an amendment that I see. That you just mentioned on the top of page 2, maybe make it A, B, and C to include the underserved. And on line 33, who's adopting the rules?
And the fourth change, we'd have to assess the definition as Representative Cascadens. What is a rural district? Is it 20 enrolled students per square mile, or is there some other appropriate way to?
Yeah.
We do that. We
26.
do that. But is that good for our state? How many schools are captured by that? We need more information on that.
I agree.
Right.
Berlin would? No, I don't think it would. It's geographically isolated, though, from the rest of the state.
Yeah, and then you've also got the HHS list too.
Yes, that's right.
Right.
That's the next line down, yeah.
Okay, I think there's 3 or 4 things then that we can take a look at. The rule definition, including to the other 3 areas that we just mentioned for the 13th. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know it sounds like you guys have done quite a bit of work on this and advanced things a fair bit forward. But I wanted to just step back and point out a couple things that seem like they could be issues to me. The first thing I would like to point out is if retention issues are primarily or majorly related to benefits packages being inadequate, it doesn't make a ton of sense to me why we are looking to go straight to student loan forgiveness rather than simply increasing pay packages, where teachers on an individual level would have the ability to direct those funds where they feel most appropriate at any given time. We all know that there's a housing crisis. Housing is very expensive. They could then choose to use those funds to buy a home if that's where we're heading. If we need to increase the benefits package, that seems more appropriate to me. I would also point out that this appears to single out only federal loans as being eligible for forgiveness. I'm not sure why we would want to exclude private loan providers from this particular program. I would point out that looking to specifically subsidize, or rather pay for student loans, does effectively have the dual track of not only increasing benefits packages, but it also effectively subsidizes advanced degree programs. And from where I stand, I don't like the idea of doing that. And I think it also fails to address a primary cause of retention problems in schools, which is teachers being regularly abused by students, where there is not a lot of avenue under our current guidelines to be able to take corrective actions. I hear about that quite a bit.
Good points as to
Yeah.
the situation. Representative Cascadden.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, teachers are having a difficult time because of the abuse by students and verbal abuse by parents. But I believe that we can't put money into the salaries to increase them because that's a negotiated item and they're bound to a collective bargaining agreement. And I don't know if there are districts that have actually loan forgiveness in their collective bargaining agreement. Maybe Muriel knows. But that's why I think it's isolated from that, because it may not be common.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just thinking, so if it's in, even if it's in a collective bargaining contract, if the town chooses not to fund that contract, let's say you negotiate a settlement and the town doesn't fund it, right? So then you don't have the money. I'm thinking out loud here. Yeah, that's all I was thinking. Like sometimes the money's not there, even though they fund a number of teachers, and then the town votes to cut the budget by $1 million. Now you're going to get rid of teachers that they thought they were going to have.
Anything further? I think
Well, the teacher shortage committee
Yeah.
is coming up with 10 separate recommendations. This is one of those recommendations. So in terms of some of what you mentioned, Representative Belcher, those like the teacher that's being assaulted by students in the classroom or pushed downstairs, breaking their hip, like my daughter had happened to her when she was teaching at the middle school in St. Johnsbury, Vermont. Those, we are addressing those types of issues through the shortage committee recommendations. This one right here, we're trying to really narrow down this one area, how we might retain them with this extra support to help pay off their debt. And that was echoed to us over and over and over again. Teachers are coming with huge debt. And that's one of the reasons why they don't even want to get in the teaching profession right now, because who's going to be able to pay off a debt of, $40,000 when your salary's topped or you're getting paid $38,000 to start out with. It's just, you're in that hole. And then capture the housing costs, which you alluded to, and everything else associated with it, they just can't afford it. And we recognize it, when you come right down to it, this $12,000 is, when it compared to some of those debts that we heard, is a fraction. However, it helps. And where we've seen it actually proven elsewhere, then the committee absolutely felt that this is a track we should try to explore and take. It's one of the possible answers that we have to come up with. Just one aspect. And Brian, you were there, and I know you gave a lot of input, and you were the one that really identified for us that this did come from Idaho, or this has been put into effect. Mr. Chair, could Brian come forward, please? Sure. From your perspective in the of all the teachers in the field that you work with, Mr. Hawkins, how is this bill perceived? And can you give us any kind of a background on why this tack was taken, working with Mr. Appleby over to DOE?
Sure. For the record, Brian Hawkins, NEA New Hampshire. I think this is perceived as, reducing barriers to entering the profession. And we know that the pipeline of people coming into the profession has taken a hit. It was referenced earlier about licenses. Just take a look at the newspaper and the job advertisements, and it is a major struggle there. And so this is not the panacea, but it is an important component, I think, to in a multifaceted way to address the issue. One, with respect to Idaho, this has been a very successful. They've had a successful a time with this. To begin with, there are some similarities there with New Hampshire as well. This was some of what we heard in the shortage committee, where you had districts that need people to move to rural areas in order to fill some of these positions, and so this can be helpful. One additional question that was raised, I think I can answer, is in addition to the definition on rural, the Senate bill adds the Rural Public Health Network. So that borrows from the state loan repayment program that is already in place by the Department of Health and Human Services. That program is for healthcare workers, and so that is already it comes directly from their the definition that they use for rural, and you can even look at a map online to see exactly where that is using their criteria. So it's something already in place, and has been a very successful program in healthcare for the department. They were able to give that program an infusion of federal money, but and they have had a great deal of success since they've been able to put that additional funding in. I hope that helps.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here to provide this information. I just wanted to ask, based on one of the things I had said, assuming that the issues around the contract could be worked out, would the NEA support a move if we were to take this bill and amend it to say, instead of providing direct student loan forgiveness, we just take that money and put it directly in the paychecks?
Well, I think the best way to do that is, schools are run by people, and you can't educate kids without the staff and the professionals there. And I think that goes back to the school funding issue overall, where, the degree, because many of the districts I think we're talking about and that would fall into some of this are both rural and underserved, and their ability to deliver higher salaries, we were talking about Newport versus Hanover, is so much a function of the economics and the way we fund schools. So I think that the being able to deliver some of the targeted funding that the legislature has considered is helpful. And I think I would definitely support continuing to do that, because I think we should do more in that area. And I think when you look at the ways in which school districts are deploying those funds, it's to help keep people and attract people. And we haven't even gotten into paraprofessionals and support staff, which is a whole nother issue, but we could spend a whole nother hour on that or more.
One of the things, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that the Shortage Committee did discuss, if the payment went to paying off the loan, then the young teacher or the teacher that's coming in and collecting this support would then have money in their paycheck to put more towards housing, because they wouldn't be having to pay off such a high debt and, of course, the interest and all that. So it was to be consistent. The process would be similar for everybody receiving these types of support, because we'd be working with the higher education institution, paying off debt. And it's through the federal government and all that. So we were trying to keep it accountable to trying to wipe out that debt, which we've heard so much for. That's why a lot of folks aren't getting an education right now. They're coming out buried in this stuff, and we got to attract them in. And if we can help lessen that debt, we may attract them.
One question I wanted to go back to, if I could, back to the teaching areas that were mentioned before. If this is not the right vehicle for that, because it's targeted to rural and underserved areas, is there another vehicle that we see coming down the pike, maybe identified by the Shortage Committee, that would be the proper vehicle for addressing that? Thank you. Or is that something that we need to address at this point, in addition to the rural areas?
I think that's a question for maybe Steve Appleby, who's very familiar with those areas which are shortage, where they are in the state, and what are the subject areas the shortage is in. We have discussed it, and certainly we'd like to be able to attract teachers to these rural areas or to the underserved areas or those which don't have the economics to support and attract. And I'd like to see it for all categories in those schools. However, if we're trying to be cautious here to initially get something in place, sometimes it's wiser to go with, we know that we have absolutely a high preponderance of shortage area teachers in math, science, special ed in these rural and economically depressed areas. We do have a shortage there. We have them elsewhere in the state too, seeing that even though you may be in a district where you're paying, maybe $70,000, that's not going to attract the technology person who's going to get $110,000, $120,000 by going off and working for BP. So it is a hard one to tackle, and I think the committee right now is trying to look at this incrementally. And, even I suggested at the very beginning, do we have to even go in down further and identify those subject areas where they're teaching in? That might be a nightmare to try to administer that program. It might be easier just to say you're in a shortage area, you do qualify.
No further comments. I think we've got a little bit of language work to do, and maybe some research on rural schools for the 13th. So with that, we'll end this subcommittee and turn it over to Chairman Ladd for the 11 o'clock.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we ought to go ahead and start. We have 4 bills left on the docket for today. The first of which we're going to, in support of Representative Damon, who has to get out of here, who's not in her seat yet. Moving fast.
Okay.
And she has an amendment for 505. That's relative to comprehensive mental health education in schools and wellness education in schools. So why don't you explain what you have as an amendment here, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is from discussion at the last 2 work sessions, I believe, and it is very simple to explain. It simply removes the word comprehensive, which was in the bill, in the title of it, under an act, and in the text of it as well. So literally, it just takes out that word comprehensive before mental health education, and makes it, let's say, more generalized. Given that we were not in agreement on what comprehensive would mean.
Okay, further discussion from the committee on that one? Further discussion from folks here? Representative Dry?
So I guess my question is, I looked at what was already going on in the schools and in the curriculum, and to me, it was everything that I would suspect I would want to see in a mental health curriculum. And I'm thinking mental health, while a problem, is the headline problem right now. And I don't like to make lists because you always leave something out and you have to keep changing it. It is to my satisfaction that what I would expect a mental health curriculum to cover is already being covered. So I appreciate the fact of trying to make this fit, but it goes against the way I like to do legislation.
Further discussion, Representative Petronil?
I just want to say that I agree 100% with Representative Dry. Thank you, Margaret.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Damon.
I'd just like to respond to those thoughtful remarks. The fact that it may be happening adequately in some school districts at this time does not diminish the need for us to specify that should be happening in all school districts ongoing. If it's not in statute, when the 306 rules are revised, what's happening now can go away. And that's not good for kids.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I think that to my satisfaction anyway, it's been indicated that mental health will remain in the 306 rules. I think that the current language talks about health education. Certainly, for me, that means both physical and mental health. So I'm fine with the current language in law.
Okay, we do know that it's going to remain in the 306. We have statutory language, 193E, which stipulates that the areas which are identified in the section 1 of that part of the statute I'm referencing, those substantive criteria areas of study, those cannot be changed or modified by rule unless approved by the general court. And so we've been told that this is one of those substantive areas, health and wellness, that cannot be changed in rule. So what is in rule will remain in rule. So, but I want to also read a little bit that came out of HB 2. That's a bill that was passed and went into law too. Approved in 2023, June 20th. It says, findings, children's mental health. The general court recognizes that the ongoing mental health, substance misuse, and child protection crisis have taken a significant toll on New Hampshire's children, families, and taxpayers, and New Hampshire schools are challenged daily to support the behavioral needs of students while promoting academic achievement for all students. And it goes on and talks about mental health and wellness. So it's been placed in HB2 and signed into law, but we have no reference to it underneath studies. And so my concern is, do we put that in underneath studies or not? I handed out, and I've looked at it and I've done some twisting around on this. However, I feel that when we're talking about health and wellness under studies, we are talking about mental health. It's a part of our health program. We've identified it, both what I just read right here, but also in our frameworks for health, and we know it's in rule. By placing it in studies, we would even more strongly guarantee that it remains part of health and wellness. I also felt like, well, we could also put the word nutrition in there too, seeing that our areas of 306 and frameworks address the issue of nutrition as part of curriculum. That's also referenced a little later in statute too. So I actually think that we won't have to do that. But I just like to throw it out there and say, why then are we not wanting to put this in statute under studies? Is there a reason for it when we're already doing it? And we all have it in HB2, Representative Dry.
I think health has a number of facets that aren't listed there. Emotional health, spiritual health, things that maybe haven't hit the headlines yet that we're going to have as a crisis coming down the road. I just think that if you put it broad in the statute and make it specific in the rules and regulations, that's the way to go.
Yes, Representative Damon.
I wish that the general understanding of the term health included mental health as a basic component, mental health, physical health, all under the umbrella of health. But that is not the language of our society today in hardly any context that I've been involved in. I think it's really quite important that we incorporate that simple two-word phrase, mental health, as something that we want our students to be educated about.
Further discussion on this one? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I pick up the newspaper or look at articles on online, and there's not many days that go by I don't see something about mental health in schools. So I don't think that awareness is the issue, and just adding it to what is already in statute will make any difference.
Further discussion, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, I gave a significant presentation, and I won't rehash all of the details of that here right now. We can go back and look at that. But I will once again say that we are looking to solve a problem here in mental health that is very clearly something that we are also causing at the same time, at least in significant part, through the way that we're conducting ourselves in our schools and the way that we go about doing things. This was clear in testimony we've heard before. We see the evidence for this everywhere. Further, we know from the mere statements of the professional organizations involved that the mental health field, by and large, is a captured institution. It is placing things like activism and social justice above its ethical duties. And that is what we're looking to be instituting here.
I think that's off topic. I object to that discussion as part of this going on in schools.
Okay, let's just jump past it. Yeah, one of the things we want to be, I'll seeing that we have, this is the committee of the whole, and we're all here. On all these bills, which we're going to have this year coming out, it's all 100+ bills, and the 20 that we've retained, we are going to have to utilize our time effectively and efficiently. And if we're going to say things, we better make sure that we have the facts and the science behind us and that we have something to offer that's going to be relative to this bill. Now, yes, that was relative to the bill, what was just mentioned by Representative Belcher. He indicated that, he's feeling that within the schools that, we're bringing some of this on ourselves. And yeah, we're doing that to an area of nutrition, where we're putting a Coke machine out in every corner of our lives, and we're doing this and that and everything. So it's the classroom, the teachers, which are having to deal with this on a daily basis. And I don't know, I've not been in a classroom where I have never seen need for a good teacher to be able to have a grasp on how to correct behavior, mental wellness of students there. You're going to have to do it. If you don't have them on board, you're not going to be teaching anything academically. So it's an important topic, and so is physical activity. We've also been told, take the kids out and run around the soccer field a couple times before you get into the academics, and they'll calm down and they'll probably learn better. I used to do that as a 4th grade teacher, and the kids really did achieve well after they've been out there and got themselves a little bit tired. And the same thing occurs with a good meal. If they're hungry, they're not going to learn. And that's all part of health. I had it as a young kid in school. That was part of the instruction. And behavior was part of that instruction. Unfortunately, some of it I didn't listen to, but so be it. So let's go on here. And any further discussion on 505? Yes. Representative Rapetino.
In the health education curriculum guidelines from 2003, the definition of health education is a planned sequential K-12 program that addresses the physical, mental, emotional, and social dimensions of health. My first question is, has that definition changed in the last 20 years? And if that definition stays, I would recommend that this whole section needs to be consolidated, because it has begun to become too specific in terms of what we are requesting. The teachers teach the children, and they are already overburdened with the issues that we continue to lay on them as legislators.
Okay, I'm going to take an opportunity to finish reading what's in HB 2. It goes on and says, in response to the New Hampshire Department of Education's Office of Social and Emotional Wellness has supported approximately 37 New Hampshire school districts in implementing an evidence-based prevention framework to support behavioral health and wellness of all students, called Multi-Tiered System of Support for Behavioral Health and Wellness, or MTSSB. MTSSB is a key component of the system of care established under RSA 135F. So this is something that's being pushed by our own Department of Education too, recognizing that we've got to do something regarding the behaviors that staff members are experiencing in these schools. And there's a system of tiers now. Of course, you all know the 1, 2, and 3 tiers and what 3 stands for. That's where you're really in need of some medical type support. But it's the teacher on tier 1 that's involved with this, and you've got to be able to recognize that. We can't close our eyes to it. We can't bury our head in the sand. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with your remarks. I'd like to ask the folks who do not support this to be specific, please, about what in this you don't consider important for students to learn. What is it that you want to not be there? Because it all looks important to me.
Representative Perna.
I don't think we're saying that this isn't important for the students to learn. I think we're saying they're learning it already, and we don't see the reason for it to be added to statute.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli.
Yeah, I'd just go back to some comments I made at the last meeting on this, and that it's nice to put into law that, you know, this should be taught and that should be taught. But especially with this area, unless we address the root causes of some of the mental health problems in the schools, then what are we really accomplishing? I'm thinking of bullying, for instance. I've gotten 2 calls in the past 2 weeks about cases going to school boards, manifest education hardship related to bullying. You know, there are a number of causes that we can address and should address, other than just putting another word in statute. That's what we should be looking at.
Further discussion, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With respect to what Representative Cordelli just talked about, you know, in bullying, it would appear to me that codifying mental health education would help to relieve and reduce the instances of bullying in any type of environment. And you know, the way the section and study reads now, I think, is improved by adding the words mental health education to assure that that continues to be something that's taught in schools and not something that disappears, and then we see the effects of a lack of mental health education manifest in other areas, like what Representative Cordelli was talking about. That'd be my comment on the merits of House Bill 505 and the amendment that Representative Damon puts forward. But my other comment is that following our last work session, and I don't remember when that was, I've got it somewhere around here.
So many.
Yeah. Might be on October 18th, and you know, I thought we had sort of agreed that dropping the word comprehensive, the bill's prime sponsor was here, and she said, yeah, I'll support that because I think this moves it forward. I thought we were in general agreement, maybe not 20-0, but that dropping the word comprehensive was going to be how we were going to move this forward. So I'm not quite sure what changed between now and then, but Representative Damon clearly took some instructions, or based on what she thought was instructions from the committee, to prepare this amendment, you know, based on that work from 2 weeks ago.
We have another bill that's going to be decided. It's not on the docket for today, but it's 151. The title of that is relative to mental health education. Only it's putting mental health into adequacy, and it's coming to us from the Senate with bipartisan Senate support. I have a difficult time putting that into adequacy, seeing health and wellness is already in adequacy. However, I see this as the more appropriate avenue to take and putting it underneath studies as a component of this subject, health and wellness. And I just don't understand, you know, why would it be sound better if we put down behavioral health? There's Representative Lucas.
I was in Texas the 18th, so I wasn't here for that meeting, but I'm wondering, this paper that you handed out that's labeled as that it's as introduced, and then there's all these changes. Who did all these changes? Because I do like a lot of what was done with this, including fixing the part where it says these content areas of health, education, sport, the safety, academic success, and well-being of students and relate to. Adding that in there, I think make a whole lot more sense. Getting rid of comprehensive was excellent. Nutrition, I think, is important in there. Where did this come from?
I wrote that the other night. And the bottom part, education, sports, safety, academic success, well-being of students, and relate to, that phraseology came from Texas. And I think what we are doing, we're starting to write down all these areas of health and wellness, physiology, hygiene, health, interpersonal relationships. Those are already in law. The only thing we don't have down there is nutrition, which is extremely part. I think we all had, a class in elementary school, at least I did, on nutrition. It was part of health. And mental health is also part of this. That's why I thought, well, this all belonged in one area. This area of studies needs a real good cleanup, and it supports the health and wellness, which is an adequacy, but it then further defines it here in studies. We did that with personal finance literacy as well. Representative Lakis, I think you're right on the same page I am in terms of seeing this is a good way of stating what health and wellness is and what are the components of it. By doing this, we have them all there now because we have interpersonal relationships already in there. So, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a question put to the committee about what specifically they might object to as far as being taught under the rubric of this bill. So I would like to put out there one thing that falls under this rubric, a statement recently put out by the president of the American Psychological Association in regards to what's happened recently in the Middle East. Let go of the fear, let go of the lies, let go of the control issues, let go of the manipulation, let go of the selfishness, let go of that which has been stolen, let go of the denial, let go of the tendency to dehumanize, let go of the greed, decolonize. That is something that I would object to being taught. That seems to come under this rubric, and you wouldn't have to look further than documents put out by the APA to find this same sort of thing within their broad purview of what they now consider to be mental health education.
Further discussion, Representative Dry.
Thank you. I think actually that paragraph 2 is an example of why I don't like lists, is because the first sentence, it's health, education, and wellness. Then it talks about a little broader categories like physiology, hygiene, health, and interpersonal relationship, and physical education and wellness. Great. If it stopped there, that would be good. But look at the 2 things after that. You have to do abused child. You have to reference a definition in a different thing. That's a subject that's come up. It's been in the headlines. We added it to the statute. HIV was the headlines for a long time. Now it's specifically in there. This is the minutia that I think does not belong in a general category like studies.
Further discussion, Representative Damon.
I hope I misunderstood what Representative Dry just said, because if I didn't misunderstand, it sounds like you consider child abuse and HIV to be minutia, and I'm sure that can't be right.
Representative Dry.
Yes, Representative Dry.
No, it's not. But I believe that it's a category that's already covered in the things above that. And it's just a part of, we don't want to leave anything out, so we have to keep making a list that's longer and longer and longer. And they're all important. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Rick.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, are you offering your markup as a?
I just brought that for discussion purposes. I'm just looking up RSA 126K:8 because that is referenced under the substantive criteria under health and wellness. And I was just looking up to see, and that speaks to possession, let's see, 8:8. If you were to look at underneath the adequacy public education portion, 193E:2A, the substance education content of an adequate education, under Roman 1, it lists 1 through 11 subject type areas. If you look at 7, which is health and wellness education, comma, including a policy for violations of RSA 126-K:8(1A). And if you look at that, that goes back to, I believe, the use of tobacco. And that was a huge issue in our society and still remains such. At that point in time, the legislator must have felt that that's important enough to put it underneath the adequate education and supporting it with the funding for it, which the tobacco revenues coming in the state are used in that direction. But, we just talked about, the list of things which go on here at the end, which they reference HIV, they mentioned, sexual transmitted diseases, et cetera. Like that's been in law ever since I've been here. So I don't know how that got there. It's certainly an area where we're putting a lot into that particular section of law. And somewhere along the way, this is the area that needs cleanup. And it needs probably a separate area within something there. Because if we're talking up top and we've been drifting towards trying to define what these studies are, and by doing so, that's why the support for adding in several of the other topics, which we have listed under 306 and we have listed there, then we'd have it done. And then we're going to have to start figuring out, how to clean up the rest of that statutory area. The whole thing needs fixing.
So Rick, would it be fair to say then that under the definition of an adequate education, 193E2A, where we've got number 7, health and wellness education, including a policy for violations, and I believe that's the smoking, the use of tobacco, that's in the definition of adequate education. In what you and Hope have done here under studies provides additional clarification and definition as to what health and wellness education should comprise.
That's exactly what we started doing when we added personal finance literacy in there.
Under adequacy.
Under adequacy, but then also went to studies to explain how that may occur. You might embed it in a subject area like economics, or you may have it as a separate course. That's what we're trying to do with studies now, is try to further define how some of that works.
Using that to tease it out as opposed
exactly
to putting
right.
it in.
Rather than loading it all up in adequacy.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't think there's going to be a whole lot more discussion on this particular area right now. We ought to jump to the next bill, and we probably get on that one. And then we'll have a couple, which we'll take a short break for lunch and then come back and get the other two hammered in. We should be out of here by, I would think today, by 1:30. The next bill is 147, let's see, 147. This is the bill dealing with the advisory council there for special education and the membership. And I've seen so many amendments to that right now. I don't know where I am on that. I thought Representative Balboni, she's not here today because of illness, was going to work on that a little bit for us.
I believe Representative Balboni is the one that came from Representative Tanner.
Okay.
They worked on together.
Okay. Okay.
Do you have the number of that? Just
Yes,
It's 2363,
yes,
2363H.
yes.
Did you get a copy of that? That was handed out.
No.
Linda-
Are there more copies of that?
Linda's amendment.
Yeah, 2363. There are some up there.
Jen's gonna bring them around.
And I just want to say that this amendment was done in conjunction with Representative Katab, who had a lot of input. The new chair of the SAC that was elected at the last meeting, many parents who called, and many of the other stakeholders who were on this. So this was really a collaborative effort of many people to put this membership list together.
Did you work with Representative Tanner in this, Representative Cornell?
Somewhat. We had a Zoom and we did talk about it also with Representative Cascadden. Representative Tanner and Representative Balboni did the bulk of the work.
Okay, we've had this discussion, and we know that there have to be a majority of parents on there with disabilities or children with disabilities. And in looking at other states, they've been able to manage that with fewer people on this council. You're recommending now there be 21 individuals with disabilities or parents of children with disabilities appointed by the governor, and then all the others. How many total people are now on this council as proposed in this amendment?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure, but a number of the people that are on it are in federal regulations that have to be on it. So that's why some of them are on it. And I believe part of the problem in the past few years is with the number of parents or individuals with disabilities not being on it was they hadn't been appointed by the governor. So there were a number of openings for a couple of years that never got appointed. I know it's a lot of people, but
Yes,
I counted 40.
40. Is that a workable group?
I don't think this number is any more or less than what it's always been. And up until the past few years, I think they all found it workable and think they accomplished stuff.
Why is it that other states have half this number of people on there? They don't have all these other categories on there as well. So if you have lesser of those categories, you're not going to have as many parents because you won't, you will have a majority. But it seems to me that every time we add something down below, you got to add another parent on. It's like, where is it going to stop? I'm going to just invite one person up here. Lisa Bodwin has been past president of the organization we're talking about here. And Lisa, do you have any comments as a past president of that parent advisory council? There must be some history or some insights that you might have. Yes, you do.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I served as chair of the New Hampshire State Advisory Committee on the Education of Students with Disabilities for 4 years, and I was on the committee for 6. I do believe that when you add specific categories, specific delineated categories at the bottom, then you do have to add numbers of parents. I think that I would want a chance to reflect and get back on you, but a committee of 40 is a bit unmanageable, and I can share with you some of my experiences, not only related to the size of the committee, but other issues. There was a period of time for over 2 years when the governor did not either appoint or reappoint new members or existing members on the SAC committee. Most of those were parent representatives, which made doing business very, very difficult. So we definitely want parents to engage, it's critical. I am a parent of a young man with Down syndrome, so I understand the importance of providing guidance and recommendations to the commissioner on the unmet needs of students with disabilities. As someone who has been through the rigorous process of dealing with an IEP team. I would say that I would like to discuss for a moment the importance of having both the Disability Rights Center and the Parent Information Center included on this list, regardless of the number of parent representatives that you fundamentally end up with as a number, making sure that parents of students with disabilities or people with disabilities remain in the majority, regardless of who else you cut off. I just wanted to provide some commentary on why it's so important to retain the DRC and PIC. Is it okay if I use those acronyms?
Sure.
And SAC? Okay, great. So PIC and the Disability Rights Center are and were, during my time, a critically important part of the duties of New Hampshire SAC. Each of these organizations hears from parents of students with disabilities from across our beautiful Granite State. Every day, every week, they hear from parents, whether it's Coos County or Merrimack County. These organizations share with SAC the experience of students with disabilities from a wide range of disabilities and age groups, which means that in those moments when parents don't get their reappointment or their appointment, or they have a sick child, or they have to parent because the SAC meets from 4:30 to 7, that by state statute, there is still representation by the seated members from PAC and DRC of students with disabilities, because each of those organizations, their missions are in fact to serve the disability community. And those professionals have knowledge of IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the 504 plans, all of the state law and regulation that we add on to the floor, which is IDEA. So whether we are considering the critical need of having a broad representation of what students with disabilities experience as it relates to their unmet needs, or whether it's just simply getting guidance during a SAC committee hearing. Most parents don't take a deep dive into IDEA 504s and state regs. I mean, they're broadly familiar, of course, because parents of students with disabilities have to be. But if we're there to provide guidance and issue recommendations on the unmet needs of students to the commissioner, we cannot get bogged down during a committee hearing because we don't happen to have perfectly memorized timelines on IEP processes or federal IEDA statutes. I'm almost done with my formal. So they provide appropriate relevant guidance, leaving members unbogged down by that knowledge base. And in those moments when parents can't be present, they definitely act as a voice. I cannot stress that enough. They don't take up seats from parents, but when parents can't be there, it ensures representation. And I also have heard that this work group has not heard much from parents who support the presence of PIC and DRC on the SAC. It is very difficult to reach parents. Neither PIC nor the DRC engage in lobbying. They don't teach parents to lobby. That's not their function. PIC is very, very strong, in particular, on not encouraging parents to support their work. And this is not an easy time of year to provide information on the idea that PIC and DRC might be removed from SAC. So if you're not hearing from parents, they're parenting. And this is not an issue that either PIC or DRC can put out. It's not part of their mandate. So I can try to reach out and make sure that you hear from dozens of parents who would support this, but I hope that my previous leadership at SAC has helped to illuminate why it's so important to have those representatives on the committee.
Thank you very much. Representative Dry?
Thank you. In the interest of maybe reducing the amount of people on there, are there any of those positions that could be non-voting members that would show up at the table and be able to give input, but not necessarily have to be a voting member?
That's an excellent question. And in order for me to answer that for you, I would have to think about it and get back to this work group on which of the representatives would be best served just simply providing information and being non-voting in terms of putting them in technical advisor roles to the committee. That's a great idea.
Would that be appropriate for, I get you in a second, Art, would that be a good way of having the representative from the Disability Rights Center or the Parent Information Center there as technical support? In your presentation to us just now, you talked about they give us support,
right,
and information.
In my opinion, I believe that because of the amount of direct contact that they have with families, the kinds of training, advice, and legal support that each of these, PIC doesn't provide legal, I'm meshing together for the purposes of expediency. You know, they do legal support, they provide problem solving for IEP team meetings that get stuck, they PIC teaches parents how to deal with being a good partner in the IEP process. They have such a vast direct experience with what students with disabilities face. I think it is appropriate, given their direct contact with families and students, that they should have a voting seat.
Thank you very much. Representative Ellison?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. This is a question, I guess, to Patty and to Rick. I mean, what's rolling around in my mind here is what requirements are there for having people from institutions on this group? Now, Patty, you're real clear that somebody's gone through this, and you and Linda, and it requires 20 given this list. Rick is saying there's states that must have much less than 20 because the total group is smaller. So if you had 10, you'd only have to have 11 parents. It's not unclear to me what the federal requirements are then for seats on this particular.
Okay, Representative Cordelli, would you please read off the ones which are required by federal law?
Okay. Starting from the top, parents of children with disabilities, individuals with disabilities, teachers.
Hey, it's like
Sorry,
could you do it from the amendment?
Well, he's doing it
I'm not
from the
sure.
law.
I'm doing it from the federal law.
Then we gotta go really slow.
Okay.
I can have copies of this made for everybody.
Well, some of us have received that before.
Yeah.
In our hearings here.
She's getting us copies of it.
Okay. Because it is pretty specific, and we have other groups that are on there that are been put on there by us, the legislature, in previous years. So are there any further questions for Elise at this time?
I do have one or two recommendations from Representative Tanner's amendment. I would recommend that the representative from DHHS be a technical advisor. In the 6 years that I was on SAC, despite showing up at the Brown Building and sending multiple emails to the commissioner requesting that they ensure that a representative show up, HHS has not sent a representative to SAC in at least the last 7 years that I am aware of. And I would also recommend the
Is that the H or the R? The DHHS.
R and also H, Those would be technical, I would recommend right off the bat that they be technical, non-voting members. Go,
If I could just interject, in terms of our, one of the federal requirements is a representative from the state child welfare agency responsible for foster care.
Okay.
And so clarification on that, if it's a federal requirement, do they have to be a voting member?
I am unaware of that. If you'd like, I can get back to the work group on that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. In your experience as chair of that organization, what about item D, one representative vocational community or business organization?
That has always been a tricky spot to fill. And in my time, my 6 years, there was not much participation from that individual when they were present. My understanding of the history and of SAC is that these roles were expanded to try to incorporate as nuanced and detailed approach to being able to examine the unmet needs of students with disabilities. And in seeking detailed representation for individuals with disabilities up to the age of 21, and now, of course, in New Hampshire, it's 22, that is where all of this specificity has arisen from.
It's amazing that when I read the other states, they say ages 3 through 26. And then they also have statutory language where the parent or the person supposed to be attending can't come today because I have a parent-teacher conference or some other rationale. They can designate a substitute.
That is a wonderful.
And most of the states I looked at the other evening when I was trying to figure this stuff out have that ability to have a substitute acting on your behalf that is a voting person at the time that they're there.
Yes. Additionally, there are parents in the North Country. I know 3 parents from the North Country who would have loved to have served on the New Hampshire SAC, but you can only, you must be in person to vote. However, I would like to inform this work group that the Quality Council of the developmental disability system now has permission for Zoom participation and the ability to vote if they're virtual, in part because that is an accommodation for people with disabilities who have transportation challenges. And so a real barrier that this work group might want to consider is mandating that you must be in person in Concord when you are a parent of a kiddo with a disability between 4:30 and 7, and that you cannot have your vote count unless you're in person. That really that's a barrier for families with disabilities. So if you could address that and resolve that barrier, we would struggle less to get moms and dads involved.
That's a good point. Representative Cornell.
And I could be making this up, but I thought that it got changed, and as long as there was a quorum, you could vote over.
As long as there's a quorum in person.
In person, okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other? Thank you very much. Alrighty, we have that sheet now, which identifies everything in federal law that we have to have. Ages birth through 26. So now they got it down to birth.
Has it been practiced in the? You don't have somebody that would be
Teacher and a person with disability.
Yeah.
There are some states that have that, and that was mentioned when we had, wasn't it DOE that mentioned that to us at the last meeting? You could count if you're there as a person from DOE, but if you also have a child you could be also counted as a parent.
I
Yeah,
think the parents didn't like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the parents are going to be a majority.
It's pretty hard, though, to say that I'm not a parent and my child's in a wheelchair and I don't understand. I think that's why some states have gone the other way. Representative Cordelli.
Yeah, I think that we've heard several hours on this one bill about membership of a council. My suggestion is that, you know, on the 13th, we look at the amendments that we have before us and vote.
Representative Lekas.
Yes, I'm trying to understand. Could you explain why 2 individuals with disabilities were taken out? It would be K.
Because it's the same as 21 individuals with disabilities or parents of children with disabilities appointed by the governor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is there any more Art?
Just quickly, I ran the list here of required representatives. I come up with 14. Now this gets into wordsmithing because one says a representative from, and then there are a number that say representatives, which means, I guess that means 2. But counting all those, it came up, at least under the federal requirements, for I will use agency people. That's not correct, but that's what I'm thinking of. 14 required people to be on this thing. And then the question is that the minimum? Is that what's required? And we're at 20 now based on what we've got. Anything in between, drops that total number down. And I'm not really interested in sort of lowering the membership number of people. If it works, it works. It can work at 44, it can work at 40. But if one of the issues is it's too large, and we can get it to 25 or 26, maybe the chances are it works better. So I just think we really need to figure out what's required under the federal law, and then what have we added in legislation or everything else for a while here to get us up to 20.
I think that's a good point. What's required, there we got that. Now let's go on and add to it, but keeping in mind, there's going to have to be a majority of parents.
Yeah.
And so be very careful that we don't get duplication in administrators. Are we going to have the administrator of the Special Education Association or, the representative, which is an administrator? Are we going to have other types of administrators on there, or is one enough? I don't know. I sat on it for a while myself, and there were so many people in the room. It was, tough. It was tough. It's hard to get business done when you have numbers like this. Yeah, so what are we going to do here? Because we are running out of time.
Yeah. So, a lot of times there's a lot of people in this room too, but there's 20 people around the table, and we get advice and input and technical support from people who are not necessarily members of the House Education Committee. Is that a way that this committee could operate with regards to, for instance, the DHHS staff, somebody from business organization concerned with transition services, things like that? Could they be could they help out the committee as being non-members of the committee, but being very important guests to be in the meetings? Do these committee meetings have hearings and hear from non-members? Sort of a
each meeting has an agenda. Certainly can have invited guests. We have invited guests all the time. So, I don't see any problem with invited guests to a meeting.
But would that be a way of, would that be a helpful disposition to get down to what Art was sort of suggesting?
I think you need one of those members, which we're talking, look at the advisory council for CTE. We have a department person on board that sets the agendas, does the scheduling, does the communicating, really keeps us on course. And that's Jeff Beard. There needs to be such a person for this, so that you're going to have your meetings over at Granite State in the conference room, and you're going to agenda, so you're going to walk in, the agendas are already completed, and the chair works with that person setting up the agenda. I think that will work. So the next step for us would be to, okay, we know we have the required by Fed law here, or the regulation here. Then let's try and find out who else is really needed there as a voting member, and what of all these, who could be a technical support person?
I think we have to be very careful with the technical support and taking over, because I think one of the complaints from the parents was feeling intimidated and feeling that they weren't in control of the meetings, that the officials or the people representing that they were intimidated by them and didn't feel that they had as much say. So I think the technical support and getting all the help and having it be set up and help from the Department of Ed. But I think the chair that was elected needs to be the one that's in charge.
As I recall, the technical support was more in terms of, since we have Zoom access for these meetings, to have, make sure that the internet availability and Zoom access is available on a consistent basis. And that should be something we can work out fairly easily.
Another technical question on the amendment. Make sure I find it. On page 2, Roman 6, does that, so down at the bottom, line 22, is that addressing what Representative Myler was suggesting, that that this committee needs some additional support from the department, and maybe even the department needing some funding to make sure that support happens? Is that sufficient to address the resource concern?
Yeah. Well, on a lot of our committees, which we've had before, like on some of the trustees, we've always had non-voting member. It says it. In the committee for teacher shortage, we had Steve Appleby, technical support. That was written in the law underneath the list of members. Although he wasn't a voting member, he was there for technical support.
Well, in this case, I'm not talking about technical support for information, but technical support for the logistics and preparation of the meeting, because I think that was a concern that had come out, that sometimes the internet worked or sometimes something wouldn't be working properly.
Mm-hmm.
But does this direct the department to address those concerns, to make it easier for the chair to focus on the meeting and not focus on making sure that the desks are lined up?
Well, I would think that this would do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that as long as it's technical support that's well either defined or the intent is clear, rather than having someone from the department taking minutes and things like that, that would be my concern.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Representative.
That was.
As to that, I think it's hard enough to get people to go, but I've been told, like, the superintendent of the county corrections, if they're not voting, it's hours of their time
Oh, they're not
at
gonna
night,
come.
they're not gonna go.
That's right. Yeah. How important is it for those that have been on this to be there as a representative? Do they look to the legislature for guidance or support?
Speaking for myself, in my time, I don't know if they look to the legislators for support or guidance. In some cases, that might not be a good idea. But certainly when they're talking about proposed rules or proposed legislation, one of their duties is to provide feedback to the commissioner. So having someone who can discuss what legislation is pending is, I think, a good thing. So that they have the ability to give feedback to the commissioner.
But do we need as many? I mean, do we need
we
a
need two?
senator?
Do we need two representatives?
Yeah. Do two representatives and take out the senator? That's one that we could. Does it say?
I think in the past, we did have senators attending. I remember Senator Reagan being in attendance quite often at meetings. And I believe currently Senator Ward. Yes, Senator Khan as well, right? Yeah.
And wouldn't you need one representative and one senator just so you have the information coming from and going to the two separate bodies? Because you may have a bill that's coming from the Senate that the House of Representatives don't know about yet. So rather than two representatives and one senator, you could have one representative and one senator. It would cut down, but you would still have that information going back and forth to each body. Just a thought.
Okay, let's quickly just take about 5 more minutes. At 12:30, we're going to take a lunch break, but let's walk through this thing. Skip over 2A, which is the number of parents. We can figure that out based upon the number of others. We can just give the majority. Do we need on line 10B, 2 members of the House? Can we strike that to 1? Yeah.
If we put in the clause that Lisa kindly recommended permission to have a sub, we'll have 1 rep, and the rep, if they can't attend, can make sure they have a sub.
So everybody's in agreement that 1 rep. Okay, let's put a 1 there and get on to the next one. C, 2 members of the Senate, 1 senator. Is that good?
Yeah, we already.
Okay. D, 1 representative of vocational community. They haven't been there. They've been not attending. Do we need it? Scratch it. Is that required?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they have. So that's required. Okay. Next one, E. 1 state education official from the Department of Education appointed by the Commissioner of Education. Is that required?
Yeah, what position?
What position is that? What state education official are we talking about?
I believe in the past, it's been the special education director.
So if we have one that's doing McKinney-Vento on the homeless, which is later on, is that the same official? They're from the Department of Education.
What is the state education official from the Department of Education? It's E. Oh, it is from the Department of Education.
Yes, with the amendment.
This is where we're getting into the plurals on this, because it says representatives. So it means more than one. I think, at least the way I read it.
And
Yeah, 5S has state and local education, they're all plural, but I don't think that's
Right.
meaning.
But see, number 5, required in the federal regulation there, is also captured on this, on page 2, under Q. So that person that comes from DOE could be the same person.
so we leave Q and we take out E? Because the federal law requires McKinney-Vento, so we have to specify.
Yeah, let's just take out E. Or unless, and that might be the technical support, technical person. Yep.
It's probably very helpful.
And
Thibodeau.
the director in charge of certification and licensure is the one that came on as technical support to the commission on teacher shortage. That person can also be that person that provides support, but doesn't have to be a voting member. Where are you on that? Well, I'm saying leave E there, but as a non-voting member. And it would be the person who provides that support. Just like Jeff Beard does for the CTE Council, Advisory Council.
These meetings are public meetings, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so if they're non-voting members, just pick it up. No, if we're gonna list non-voting members, like I said, they're not gonna show, just take it off.
but if you want them there to do that last portion here that was added on the bottom here, on line 22, or excuse me, 26, this is a good way to get it. Just put this person as technical support.
Still gonna have to have, even if they're a non-voting member, you're still gonna have to have a majority being.
Well, a non-voting member doesn't count.
But they would still be counted in to calculate how many parents and individuals.
No, no,
If they're not voting, they
no,
don't
they
get
wouldn't be.
counted.
If they're not a voting member, they don't count.
Not voting members.
Well, you just put in parentheses, non-voting member. That's what we used to do with the trustees. Non-voting member.
Well, it says on
But-
the federal statutes that the majority of the members are
So if you label them technical support as opposed to members, then they don't count. So just label them technical support. Right?
where you just ask them to come, the chair just asks them to come.
But if it's not in statute, they're gonna say, I'm not coming. Now, if it's in statute, they gotta be there as technical support.
Yeah, if they're say, employees, members, some, yeah, some of the other people, Lisa said, don't show up.
We could take it off if you had located on the next page at the bottom there, but by putting it here, you're really identifying, you're gonna have the person present.
If they're state employees. You can't force me.
Yes, and it says one state education official from the Department of Education. That would be technical support or non-voting, whatever you want to call it. Let's put down right now technical support by that one.
So the E person who currently comes does not, almost always abstains, so they're not really voting anyways.
Yeah.
So the E person will just be technical support,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Okay, let's move on down here. F.
So that's the new,
That's what most people are saying we need. Okay, so let's just keep it. Next one, G, 2 teachers, one of whom shall be a special education teacher appointed by the governor.
I wonder if that should just be one special ed teacher.
Teachers,
They're all plural.
I think that this federal thing, the preamble says it'll be made up of individuals involved in order to agree with that, they've made everything plural all the way through. I don't think that requires multiple of all these things. I think it's just the grammar. You could plead that in.
Is any objection to making it one teacher? Okay, one teacher,
Yes.
one special ed teacher.
Credential special ed
Yeah.
teacher?
It should be credentialed.
Why do we have to even say it? You say special education teacher,
Because some of our teachers don't have credentials.
could be a retired teacher. I'm a special ed teacher. Okay, so you want to have one special education credentialed teacher?
I think so.
yes.
Okay, going on down to H. This is where we discussed earlier today, the Health and Human Services. They never show. How many do they want here in this regulation? One?
Right.
Get rid of H and just have R. Those are federal. So H and R are required
By which part of here?
and the other one. And that would be R. Would be 10. But- H is 7. Wow. Yeah, having to do with money.
Are we
Yeah.
assuming that federal law, when they define the membership, that all of those categories need to be voting members? Or can we interpret that with respect to the input we just got a bit ago, that the DHHS people don't come anyway, so they could be advisory members, not voting members?
I think it's always been interpreted that they're voting members.
I'm getting creative.
Nice try.
Okay, so are we keeping H?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Down to Disability Rights Center and the Parent Information Center. Doesn't require either of those. So you want to keep those two areas?
Yeah.
Everybody's yes on that? Even though one has a lobbyist?
No, I'm not.
I heard the chair here today speak of, you know, they shouldn't be a lobbyist. We had one sitting here at the last meeting with an orange badge on.
But
The DRC doesn't do any outreach to families regarding their status on SAT. They don't train or otherwise encourage families to participate in part why you haven't heard from families about their feelings on the importance of the DRC, because the DRC as an organization doesn't do outreach to parents, encouraging them to advocate for DRC.
Well, we did hear from parents.
That didn't?
Yes.
Yes. We have.
Perhaps could those be the non-voting?
I don't think we should be not having them because one is registered as a lobbyist. We get information and input from lobbyists for other organizations pretty much every day, and we screen out what we agree or disagree with. Those folks have particular expertise for this population.
But they're lobbying for students and families with disabilities. So I mean, the thing that they're lobbying for is the committee, the parents and families that the committee is working to do things for. So they're lobbying for what this is. They're not lobbying for themselves or.
And I think that's what they said, was that they're lobbying for, to making sure that their standards are being carried through in legislation.
Representative Cascadden.
Not that I want to go back to A, but my thinking is that it's critical to have DRC and pick there as opposed to senators and representatives. What prohibits the parent chair, for example, if the topic comes up of legislation, that one of those organizations or the chair request a member of the Senate Education Committee to come participate in that discussion at that meeting, or a representative of the Education Committee to go to that meeting to have that discussion with them without being named as members of the committee, and keeping those two organizations who are responsible for parent advocacy and for following the laws. I mean, just contact a member of the representatives to have that discussion. I mean, then you could eliminate two.
So you have these up there, but non-voting member.
Meet with them. Maybe a couple meetings they work through. Whatever it is. It doesn't have to actually be a standing member.
Can I ask a question? Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
can I ask a question about, when we're talking about it's difficult to manage 40 people on a committee, or what is the difference between voting and non-voting really? Those people are all in the room and then it comes time to vote. So you vote. But the difficulty is in the 40 people before you vote, right?
That's right. You can cut your parent number down. See, the more members you are, if you have 40 people there, 21 of them are going to have to be parents.
Yeah.
So if you can cut it down, this non-voting, you cut it down to 38, you can probably cut down a little bit with the parents.
It's going to be tough to go from 40 to 20, right? I mean, what are you going to go from 40 to 38?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So following up on that, this is supposed to do a report, right? At the end, there's supposed to be, so the report goes to the legislature?
I don't know. I think you're going to have an elected person there at the meetings, whether they're voting or not.
If we leave them in, we've cut it down to 16, which is 32 people total, 33 people total.
How many people think we should take the representative and senator out of it? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 8.
But the there's something good about
And that's how many here today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
it, but then they wouldn't get that
11,
early.
12, 13. Oh, there's a majority of people wanting to say wipe out the. Personally, I don't have any skin in this game, so that's.
But
Can we ask Lisa,
that's what I was thinking, yeah.
did you find having a representative or senator useful on the committee?
I think it can be useful if they,
If they come.
6 years, if they show up. It's important if they show up consistently, one, so that they have interest in
Yeah.
two, so that the committee can actually vote. If you don't have a quorum, you can't vote and make anything happen.
Yeah.
You can't move anything forward. And I see it equally from both sides. When members of the New Hampshire House and Senate are present, and they are present consistently, they also get to hear from the parents.
That's what I was
and they
thinking.
get to hear about the issues, and so they are better informed about this constituency, which has a difficult time gaining voice in the public arena. So I see both, but the other side of that is it can be part of the caucus responsibility to say, even though you're not a voting member, we would like to find someone who is going to conscientiously attend these meetings and be invested in this committee. So, I would have to think about this in order to provide, if you wanted my opinion, but I can see it from both sides. I usually do attendance because I'm obsessive, so I usually assign that. They have the worst attendance. Except for Representative.
You want to
Yeah,
say something, Glenn?
I'm not sure if, it's 1:15 now. I'm not sure if we're going to reach a majority consensus by 2:00, the way things are going. So can we, anyone put in any amendments they want, and we'll vote on them on the 13th?
Well, we're all the way down to the base here, so we left I and J in, taking K out.
Right,
L, one administrator
that's
public.
required.
Okay, M, one representative of institution of higher education that prepares. Do they ever show up from the post-secondary?
Yeah.
So that's in law then. Okay, let's move on down then. One representative of a private school approved for special education. Is that required? Yep.
Required.
One representative of charter public school appointed by the governor. That's
Required.
required too?
Yes,
Yeah.
Number 8.
Public.
So we could cut one of those out. Or we could say one representative of the private and charter public school. And just get one of them.
they're both required. And
Why? Where are they both required? 8.
private schools and private charter schools.
Well,
And public
this is
charter
going to be the
schools.
dry amendment. The plural is on everything here. So we have one and or.
No, but it says and.
But the clause that refers to the plural specifies two things, this one
And.
this one, and there's nobody that fits both of those.
Right, and I would say with charter schools, one issue we have faced multiple times in the past few years is who's providing the services to the special needs child in the charter school. That's been a big issue.
They're very, I think both.
Okay, so
different
leave it
choices,
in.
But very important.
Oh, one individual representing with children with disabilities homeschooled. Is that required?
Right, they're not required.
So do you want to take that out? Okay, take that one out. O's out. P. Okay, corrections and one representative, that's two right there. One is required. One representative from the Department of Corrections, period.
Right, one from each.
I think, one from each.
In county corrections, do we have children under the age of 18?
Yes.
Sometimes,
Yes.
and my superintendent said he's very involved in it. He likes going to the meetings and they do, and he wants to work with them to get their education, so.
My former superintendent used to go to the meetings because he likes to go to meetings.
Mine said he would rather be home with his family.
But when you're dealing with these young kids, which are in the county correctional facilities, some of them have IEPs, and you have to chase down the district that they're from. So the superintendents do get engaged, or their
What is the
designee
number?
get engaged.
Could we find out from other states that have left, how they interpret things? That might give us a clue.
Are you volunteering?
So,
What are they going to do to us if we have one representative from the county correctional facilities?
well, it doesn't say county and state. And 11 says representatives from the state juvenile and adult corrections agencies. So it's juvenile and adult that we need, not state and county.
So Alicia, which one are we going to cut out?
Well, they're both in there.
Yeah, we want to get rid
You
of
mean
one.
it's depending upon state and county? Instead of putting state and county, why don't we just put it the way it is? It says state, representatives from the state juvenile and adult corrections agencies. That's what the rule, it's number 11.
Okay, we can put number 11 in the way it's in the
That's what I
regulation,
was thinking,
NP.
exactly the way it is.
Okay. Take reg. Okay. Q. A state and local education official is responsible for McKinney-Vento. Did we do that already up top? I thought we had,
Yeah, they're both
okay, this
required.
one's
That's what we
required
figured
though.
out. Yes. they both
Okay,
are.
so that stays. Representative from the Department of Health and Human Services responsible for foster care.
Required.
That's required? Okay, if we tally up what we got there for the for the ones we just went through and agreed, then we can figure out the number of parents.
Yeah, and it's less. 1, 2, 3, 4,
So you have 15, so we need 16 parents?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
You could probably eliminate the Senate
13,
and keep the House.
14,
The Senate is going to
15.
agree.
Yeah.
16. I still come up with 16. Because some of those are 2. Because
Or get
P is 2. One for adult and one that's.
Okay, with the senator and the representative, 16, is that the total?
16, yes. 16. 16. One of them has 2 different, P has 2 different ones, one that's adult and one that's youth.
Okay,
You are or aren't comfortable.
So Alicia's going to do the amendment.
Alicia, you seem really on top of this, right? You want to do the amendment?
He who proposes disposes, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it's okay, I can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lunch.
Anybody that wants to give her any advice, go do it. We're going to break for lunch. And we'll come back in a half hour.
Could we do 354 next? Because I think I've got solution to that?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I only
What's
see
the
it
other
on
one we
top
have on the
because I'm
docket
sitting here
today?
next to you guys.
Which is Applebee's surety bond.
Oh, that's, that 155 will wipe out real quick.
Yeah.
That's just knocking out the surety bond stuff and we're good.
My solution to the charter school building aid is, this is in the,
Oh, yes. Do you guys want to come to lunch with us?
We have several bills still to do today. 354 is one of them, which deals with charter public school building aid. And the other one, which is on the docket today, is, let's see, 155. And that one deals with the higher education and the indemnification for private post-secondary organizations. So let's get back to 354 here. I've handed out a amendment which was 2308H, which we had at the last meeting. There's also a change which I made on this. I haven't gone and gotten another amendment, so it's all for discussion right now. And the changes for the amendment, I can go through and explain them. It was 2308H. And if you take the sheet that I handed out, I haven't changed some of the terminology at the top. It says changes only on page 1. I'll show you where the changes are. You can see on page 1 where paragraph 2B has been eliminated. That's a paragraph which was requiring a charter school to put up a surety bond in order to get and receive charter school building aid. And the other change was on 2A, just above it, where we have in the event of a voluntary or involuntary dissolution. Then on page 2, on line 8 and 9, there was no need to have that sentence in there. And that was a result of correspondence I received from the department, from Amy Clark, who is here today. And the other change on this amendment is on the back page, on page 6, which is also underlined. The underlined areas are the changed areas. Under the Charter Public School Establishment, RSA 194B:3-2Z, it currently says, Z, provisions for dissolution of the charter public school, including disposition of assets or amendment of its program plan. This adds in, a charter public school may not be eligible for a state building aid grant until the State Board of Education has approved the school's asset disposition plan. So what this basically, the bill that is introduced by Representative Moody, to allow charter schools to receive school building aid. So that's what this basically does. And the other change on the backside, which was discussed at the last one, deals with the records coming out of a chartered public school, which is going through the disillusionment process. It says where those student records must be maintained or sent to as a result of the closure. And we discussed that at the last meeting as well. So it's open for discussion. Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I know we had a little bit of a discussion, I think last Thursday, you and I did, with respect to the concern around what happens to assets on dissolution. And while I think this is a step forward with it, particularly the part in section 5, I'm thinking that the language isn't going far enough to lay out what would be required elements or required components of that dissolution plan. You know, some sort of objective requirements rather than leaving it up to sort of a subjective assessment by the state board. That's sort of my feeling on what's in 5.
Would it be clarified to do it here versus should it be done through rulemaking by the department working with the state board as to, in other words, put in a sentence, saying, referencing the rulemaking RSA 541A, the rules to be developed pursuant to 541A relative to the components or requirements of of this.
So I don't think rulemaking would be sufficient. I think we would need to frame it up a little bit more
Okay.
than that, and it probably wouldn't belong in. Actually, is B:3? Is that the section that defines what goes in the charter document?
Yes.
Okay.
And see, I think that if we're getting into where I'm having a hard time understanding where we're going, we're only talking about in this whole bill, the state appropriated dollars for building aid. And if the receiving charter school receives 6 years worth of building aid, and they're only getting 30% of their project over a period of 20 years. So it's going to be, as Amy just mentioned to me, 1/20th each year. So that after 7 years, whatever that 1/20th adds up to, that's what they'd have to repay to the state pursuant to current building aid, which requires any public school receives monies for construction or renovation, and they close this down. And if there's not some kind of an exemption issued by the state board, they have to pay it back.
Right, and the public school district has access to resources after a shutdown. In the case of a chartered public school where a dissolution, voluntary or involuntary dissolution event may be because of bankruptcy. There's probably not any assets left to distribute. So I mean, the bankruptcy court would handle the clearing of any liens or mortgages, and once that's done, there'll be, the office supply place will be there with their hands open, the state will be with their hands open, but there's no more assets left, and I think that's a concern from.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. There still very probably are some physical assets, computers, desks, furniture, et cetera. And have to remember that as we heard in the, I don't know what the name of the committee was, the dissolution, a charter dissolution committee, the Department of Justice, you'll see a written testimony that I handed out from the Department of Justice Charitable Trust Division about their involvement with all this, and they get involved and require, as part of the Articles of Agreement of any nonprofit, including charters, a dissolution agreement, which is probably more comprehensive than what is in the charter school application. Under current state law, RSA 292-2, which is the Department of Justice, Roman 3 says the provisions for disposition of corporate assets in the event of dissolution of the corporation, including the prioritization of rights of shareholders and members to corporate assets. So, and you'll see in the document that the Charitable Trust Division gets involved when there is such a dissolution, such a bankruptcy. They are involved as the primary state agency in that legal process.
I looked at the state of Massachusetts Department of Education and Secondary Education regarding charter school closing procedures. And they have written clearly in theirs, in large bold type here, the school may not dispose of any fixed assets until DESE, that's Department of Education's, elementary, secondary, or whatever, has approved the asset disposition plan. So that's why I tried to copy that material into this. Fixed assets, so we're only talking about, so they wouldn't be able to dump off any other fixed assets, which could be anything from property to buildings to equipment to furniture. And some of that's described in federal accounting law or regulation, but what I think Massachusetts is saying that they can't may not dispose of any fixed assets until the department down there has gotten their equity back out of that facility or their portion which they've contributed. But I think I hear you saying, what are the components of this plan to ensure that there's going to be, and also to ensure that there's going to be the capability of providing those 7 years or whatever years worth of state aid they've received. But beyond that, I'm not really too concerned because that's not part of this particular process, the state building aid. It would be other things dealing with what Representative Cordelli has mentioned.
Chairs and desks.
Well, the chairs and desks, those are fixed assets, equipment, building, property.
But that's not gonna add up. I mean, real estate is where the asset lies. And, it's not with the.
So if they own their building, they're going to try to get rid of it somehow. They may sell it, or they may, it might be taken from them because they're owing other people money.
Well, so yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the proposal here is that a charter would get 30% of its construction costs covered through building aid. So 70% of those construction costs are coming from other, access to other resources, most likely through a mortgage or bond. And so when it comes to dispose of the asset, that would be the first part that gets taken care of. And it's like banks like to make sure that homeowners have some skin in the game.
So would not then the legislate, or that sentence that I read from Massachusetts here, school may not dispose of any fixed assets until DESE has approved the asset disposition plan.
That's great if you've got assets remaining after everybody else that's ahead of the state has had their liens paid off, mortgage paid off, stuff like that. I'm just saying that by the time you get down to this, there's unlikely to be much value left.
Is it possible to put the state being repaid first before all those others?
You could, but then you run into exactly what Mike said, which is absolutely true, that a bank is not going to want to be in the number 2 position. They're not going to want to be in the number 2 hole.
Representative Cordelli?
But as I read before from current statute in the Department of Justice, charitable trusts, the disposition of the assets in the provisions for disposition include the prioritization of rights of shareholders and members to those assets. So if the state is made priority in terms of recouping the amount of school building aid to date given to that nonprofit, then I don't see where the problem is.
If we prioritize the state at the
Right.
top of that.
Yep.
Yeah. With that language and modifying it, we could put ourselves at the top of the payback. and that's in the disposition plan. If then,
Right.
the bank reads that disposition plan, says, we don't like it, we're not gonna provide you any support for the 70%. And that would be it, and then the deal's done right there. But if they agree to that and realizing that what's gonna have to be paid back is really not a heck of a lot of money, really, when you look at it. If you're talking about a project that's, let's say it's a $1.5, $2 million project, which is probably way beyond a lot of the charter schools are going to get at 30%. And so the state portion would be that $2 million, and that it's going to be paid off to the charter school over a period of 20 years. And they're going to get that 1/20th, and that because the 2 million is 30% of the total cost, they're going to get 1/20th of 2 million each year. So how much is after, let's say, 7 years? What's, you know, there's not a hell of a lot of money there, but we've incurred on the state the tail though for that. Is that correct, Amy? In other words, you have bankrolled so much money for that tail, right?
Right, but
And you have
we
to pay
haven't,
that every year.
correct, but we wouldn't, so with your example, so that's $2 million, let's say that was their award. The department would be paying $100,000 to them every year for 20 years. If they went bankrupt or closed after year 5, the state would have invested $500,000. And the argument, it sounds like, is that it would be difficult to get that $500,000 back. That may or may not be true. But then we would have had money set aside, but the charter school wouldn't have any ability to tap into that. We would just roll that back into the building aid fund, should one exist. The other point I think is important to remember with this conversation is that there's lease aid, which is a lease aid to charter schools that pays every year towards, it's like rent. So, I mean, one way to look at this, I think that disposition language was really important from my perspective. The disposition language is very, very important if you're going to pay them like you pay the public district schools and give them all the money up front. But that's not what this bill does. It pays them over a 20-year period. So essentially, you're paying them in a similar structure to lease aid. You're never, ever going to recoup lease aid back. So for me, and my perspective is the dissolution clause isn't necessarily important for me, anyway, the way I look at it, because it's just like lease aid. You know, we have a cap on lease aid of $50,000 a year. And, you know, if they close in 5 years, we're never going to get that lease aid back. So similar to this structure. Now, if you were to change the structure and put that all up front, where you're giving them the $2 million up front, absolutely, because it could close next year and the state would be out all of their money. That's at least my perspective of it. But to answer your question, if they close in 5 years, short term, we have that tail. We just take that money and we put it back into the fund. That's not a problem at all.
Okay. Further, anything else of Amy right now? Yeah, Representative Dry? Pardon me? No. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Well, we're still on 354, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I agree with
different
that.
subject.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that we are not missing something that we heard a long time ago in this bill, which was what Representative Mooney said was a current contradiction in the law, and make sure that we have settled that in some way or not. And to refresh your memory, it was that RSA 184 in one section says that public charter schools don't get money if they don't own their building.
That's taken care of on page 6.
It is.
Last line, right above the effective date.
Okay,
It's repealed.
perfect. Thank you.
Representative Lekis?
Yes, on the non-dissolution part of it, we were talking about paying the 5% of the eligible grant and doing it over 20 years. And I had asked how much more that ends up costing. So, for example, for a $3 million loan, if you have 3% rate, it's $740,000 extra interest, and if it's a 6% loan, it's $1.6 million of extra interest. So yes, we're protecting the state by not paying out that much, but on the other hand, we're costing the charter school an awful lot of money in extra interest.
Well, that's why we went to the 80% upfront for the regular public schools
Exactly,
and the 20% upon completion.
exactly. And so,
That was
yeah.
the rationale.
Right, and the rationale still holds for charter schools.
But this bill's not treating the charter schools the same.
I know, and we're looking at this bill, that's why I'm pointing it out.
But this is the way it was presented to us by Representative Mooney
I know.
with that payment scheme. Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up on the testimony we just heard, plus what Rep. Lekis had to say, it does seem like that if we were to put the state in the position of first to be recouping their funds and thereby probably cutting them off from access to private funds because banks don't want to be second position, it seems like this on the whole would be doing more harm than good. So I think if we were going to move forward with this, it's something we would want to either not demand that the state be in first payer, because again, these are public schools. They're all public schools come with some risk to the state, or at the very minimum, perhaps some sort of a proportionality arrangement for receiving payout.
Further discussion? So, where are we going to go with this thing? Do we have to modify it to explain more about how the state makes up for the money, or how the charter school is going to pay back what they owe the state if it closes? Or we'd leave it the way it is with that sentence there on line 13, 14, 15 on page 6, which is basically very similar to what they have with Massachusetts. Or do we give the authority to the department, State Board of Education, to develop through rulemaking the process for, you know, what are the components and what's the criteria for that disposition plan? I don't know. That could get pretty convoluted too. So we're going to have a conversation probably on the 13th if we don't try to get a little bit of, amending language now. If not, how many people are supportive of charter public schools getting building aid? Okay, that's, how many are not? So it kind of looks like it's going to go right down party line. So it'll come out one of those 10-10 votes and we'll have to hack it out on the floor. Looks like that's where we're going. Well, what we need then is an amendment.
Yeah.
We need an amendment Because what we've got here is the amendment which I thought we could probably get more support for. Obviously, to me, this is boiling down to some folks just not wanting to give building aid to charter schools. Whatever the rationale is, that's what it's coming down to. So it's okay to send building aid to one form of public school, but it's not okay to send building aid to another public school.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty clear, particularly in the in the report, in the memo from the charitable trust unit, that charter schools in New Hampshire, let's see, required to register, organizes voluntary corporations. So they're not public. They're private corporations under 501c3.
Yep.
So I think there's very much a distinction between supporting public school districts, which are paid for by New Hampshire taxpayers, and using New Hampshire taxpayer dollars to support that, and supporting private corporations facilities, which are not owned by and are not paid for by New Hampshire taxpayers. So I think there's a very clear difference between these two types of institutions. And not to mention that we've got a $250 million backlog or something like that in requests for state building aid from public school districts.
It's okay to provide them up to a max of $50,000 a year for leasing, but we're not going to provide anything for building, which is probably when you have ownership, there's better care facilities, there's more ownership in it. I guess we're going to have this debate on the House floor. Yes, Representative Cascadden.
My stumbling block is really that the public school districts have to have the support of the voters, and charters don't. They don't have to wait for the voters to decide whether they renovate or build or whatever they do. So that's one of my stumbling blocks. And then this whole issue of building aid, no matter who it's for, is the backlog, and the money is just not enough for anybody to do anything substantial other than 3 projects, if that, or 2. I mean, it's a lot of work to get ready for a building aid application to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
It's the system.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would say it's a lot of work for charter schools to apply for their charter. A lot of work, even more, because you have to do curriculum evaluations and how your curriculum compares to the state standards, et cetera. And in terms of requirements, public schools depend on the voters. However, charter schools depend on parents wanting to enroll their children there. And if parents don't want to enroll their children there for any reason, the charter will close. So it's even more of a requirement for charter schools, if they want to survive, to meet the needs of students.
Is there any more discussion here on 354? Okay, we're going to close 354 down and take up the last bill which we have. And that is 155. And I do have a handout here in this one too. Put one right there. What I did, I simply took 155 as it's introduced and deleted areas which we discussed before. We can quickly go through this. We should be able to get this, I think, done in about 5 minutes. Well, let's see if we're right. Okay. Okay, and just briefly explaining it, this was presented, remember, by Steve Appleby to us from DOE. He recommended that number 7 be scratched. That's no longer needed. Okay, so that's page 1. Oh yeah, on line 3, to be the same as the chancellor of the community college system where they have New Hampshire or designee, we'd add or designee for the university system. And for 5 as well. On the next page, where it said at the top, the commissioner shall well, they're not, mine's not numbered with lines, but up at the top there, 4 lines down, E, the commissioner shall, there was some discussion whether we should have may, but if you had may, then we had to change some other things. So it's recommended we keep the shall there and eliminate number 4 down below. And then renumber going thereafter. And then scratch out everything that has to do with the surety indemnification on the post-secondary career schools. Starting at the bottom of the page, you see all the lines out. That second half of the bill is gone. Effective date remains the same. That would be the, if we're agreeable, we can get an amendment made with this in place. Everybody good with it? So we're done in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Good. I'm going to just hand out to everybody here 266, the changes for 266. SB 266, we're not meeting again, but I'm just giving it to you, so you'll have it. It has the one change in it where we inserted some language. I'll give it to you so you can see it. It's basically what was given last time. The only change to it was on page 3. It's around, and there's a box going around it. It's about disclosing student data to the, by the testing agency, testing entity. That's the only change above what was brought to us by Nate Green and Caitlin Davis. Everything else is by them. I still have concerns about that graduation rate being knocked down to, what is it, 67%? Used to be 69% for 2 consecutive years. It's down to 67%. Yes, there is. That's why it's been left. Yes. This is, all these changes are due to that ESSER plan. So that's just informational for you. I'm going to get an amendment made with these changes. Okay. So there are a few bills I've seen there that I think we should be able to agree upon. And then there's going to be some 10-10s. So that's it for today. Appreciate everybody coming back. Get this thing done. yeah. Good. I guess we're adjourned.
Good.
You want to stay, Margaret?
No, I'm good.